Hello everyone, and welcome to the Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto become a demon lord of Testament of Sister New Devil. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. The Uzumaki clan. They are the most powerful family in Japan next to the ruling emperor's family, more powerful than the Yakuza themselves, and own one of the largest conglomerates on the planet, Spiral Corporation International. But there's more to them than meets the eye, which has them involved in unique situations in the world that requires their involvement, and most of the time, they usually take the guise of normal cases. Which is why the only male of the Uzumaki clan was twitching his eyebrows while not amused in the slightest at the news he was receiving. The only male of the Uzumaki clan in question is Uzumaki Naruto, aka Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto Sparta. A 16-year-old young man who's 5 feet 8 inches tall with short, sun-kissed spiky blonde hair with red tips, icy electric ocean blue eyes, light tan skin, a muscular yet semi-slender build, whisker marks on his cheeks, and wearing a white Metallica t-shirt with black track pants with a white cross running down it, and black and red sneakers. The Uzumaki were on Uzu Island, located off the coast of Tokyo. In its local cafe, where Kushina told Naruto that he'll have 2 new little sisters, and while Naruto was interested, it was a bit much, even for him. While I'm glad I'm not living in a sausage fest and living the dream, more little sisters, especially surrogate sisters, is a bit too much for me, he said flatly, earning him a playful bonk on the head from his mother. Why are we taking them in again? Let's just say that it's a favor cash in from an old friend of mine and leave it at that. The COO of Spiral Corp, Uzumaki Namikaze Kushina Senju, said mysteriously and sipped her drink. Leaving it at that makes me more than a little skittish, Ka-chan. Could you perhaps be a little more specific? Naruto requested with an annoyed glare. No, I want you to see them as regular people before using those enhanced powers of observations of yours. Since Mito-Kasen approved of their adoption into the clan, I hope you and the others will treat them as if they were family. Kushina said sternly, with Naruto grumbling before nodding. You got it. I'm sure they'll liven things up since you and Mito-bachan grounded me and my sisters from pranking for several months. Naruto grumbled with Kushina smirking. Maybe it'll teach you to never go up against the masters of pranking at the same time. Kushina said and laughed. Naruto, along with his sisters, Naruko, Narumi, Naruhi, and Naruna were bored one day and had managed to hit both Kushina and Mito with an ingenious and well-coordinated prank. Both Uzumaki ladies were so embarrassed as a result that Mito B. and the 5 siblings from pranking with the support of Kushina until further notice. Speaking of the sisters, they were also at the table, bored out of their minds until the 2 new additions to their ever-growing family arrives, and barely listening to the conversation between their mother and only brother. Uzumaki Tsubaki, also known as Uzumaki Namikaze Tsubaki Sparta, Naruto's 3rd youngest sister, and Kushina's youngest child. She's 7 years old, 4 feet 5 inches tall, with long red hair, sparkling blue eyes, whisker marks on her cheeks, and wearing a modest black blouse with a normal skirt, and cute little shoes. They should be here by now, Kushina said as she looked at the clock on her smartphone. Or this was one huge counter prank of yours, Ka-chan. Naruhi said in a bored tone as she lipped through a magazine she was reading. No, it isn't. This is serious, Kushina snapped back while blushing. I'm going to use the John. Be right back. Naruto deadpanned as he got up and left the table, leaving the others to their devices. New sisters, Ku. In all honesty, Naruto been surrounded by females ever since he was born, from his mother, grandmother, sisters, childhood friends, and new friends. But it wasn't always like that, as he also had his father, Namikaze Minato, in his life, who he learned from how to be a man. In Naruto's eyes, he was awesome, and learned a lot from him. Then tragedy struck as he was mysteriously killed when Naruto and Naruko were 10, Narumi was 9, Naruhi was 16, Naruna was 7, and Tsubaki was 1. Add to the other incident that very same year, along with a few more incidents in his old school that was Konoha Academia, it's been a banter few years for Naruto and his sisters, and by God it sucked. Shaking his head, a now moody Naruto reached the bathroom. finding it cracked, and opened the door to find an unexpected and surprising sight, as someone was already in the bathroom and forgot to close and lock the door when using it. It was an incredibly young woman of average height, with long crimson hair that reached down to her waist, violet eyes, fair skin, oh, and she was just pulling up her panties when she stopped midair and stared at Naruto in shock. Oops. Naruto started and looked at the door to see the note he missed. The lock is currently broken. So please knock first. Manager. Aw crap. Naruto sighed and started to leave. Sorry about that. Naruto then frowned when the redhead showed the telltale signs of screamed, so he quickly moved and clamped his hand on her mouth and silenced her with a glare. Don't scream. I'm only going to say this once. I didn't see the sign on the door, so I'm at fault here. I admit that. I'm sorry for barging in on you like that, but next time, close the door completely. Naruto quickly said and scowled when the girl started to struggle. Knock it off. His voice cracked like a whip, making her obey. I'm going to remove my hand from your mouth now, and then I'm going to leave. If you scream, and do anything else I don't like, I won't be held responsible for what misery I'm going to put you through, understand? Do you understand? The busty redhead nodded quickly, making him smile. Good. Glad that we could come to an agreement. Now if you'll excuse me. Naruto turned on his heel and walked away, but before he could get to the doorway, his danger sense went off and ducked a kick that was aimed at him from behind. He then caught the next kick and pushed it away, making the girl stumble back. What the hell do you think you're doing, redhead? Naruto growled, seriously not in the mood for trivial crap or misunderstandings. What I'm doing, you say? The girl said menacingly as she cracked her knuckles. You saw me using the toilet, then you came inside, put your hand over my mouth, and told me not to scream. Think about what you just did in the next world. Never said I didn't warn you. Firecrotch, Naruto said menacingly, cracking his own knuckle loudly as the girl went in for a punch. Bonk asterisk wham. Hey, what's going on? What's taking so long? Kushina came to the doorway, accompanied by a young girl with silver white hair, purple eyes, a modern bust size that's borderline flat, and wearing a black and white goth-like outfit, to see Naruto's fist streaming with the redhead on the ground holding her head in pain with multiple comedic lumps on it. Oh, hey Ka-chan, Kushina-san. Both Naruto and the busty redhead blinked and looked at each other, wondering why the other knew Kushina, with the girl next to Kushina blinking too. Oh, boy, Kushina sighed, putting a hand to her head, knowing that this was going to be really awkward. When they got back to the table, Naruto was in a pretty bad mood and was void of any humor, with his sisters sensing that fact rolling off in waves from him. You were guided to a different table? Kushina asked slowly, while rubbing her temples. What the hell, Datbane? We did tell that waiter-san we had a table with you, Kushina-san. The white-haired girl piped up, with Kushina glaring over at the said waiter at the door. He must be new or something. Kushi. Still, what a coincidence. That Naruto run into Mio-chan in the bathroom. That was an accident, nothing more. Naruto said, rolling his eyes. I never even got the chance to use the bathroom. Are you making excuses again? The redhead asked, with Naruto narrowing his eyes at her. It's not an excuse if it's the truth. You're the one who overreacted, Red. Naruto countered while looking mockingly bored. The redhead named Mio bristled in anger. Be lucky that it was Naru-ni, and no one else. We may own this island, but it doesn't bar shady characters who read too much. Doujinshi from roaming the island. Naruto laughed, making the others sweat drop. You guys are funny, but we'll definitely get along. I'm Narum Maria, now Uzumaki Maria Narum. The white-haired girl said with a bright smile. Maria Naruse Uzumaki, a little gothic cutie with a big mouth. Narum Mio, now Uzumaki Mio Narum. The redhead introduced herself while glaring at Naruto, who was ignoring her and missed her glare, but caught her name. Mio Naruse Uzumaki, typical twintail tsundere redhead. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I'm sure we'll get along famously, Datbeo. Naruto greeted with a shadow of a sincere smile. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, laid back, jack of all trades, easily bored, Uzumaki Naruko. We'll have lots of fun together, Datbana. Naruko greeted with a flirtatious smirk and licked her lips, making Mio shiver and wondering between the two twins. Which one was worse than the other? Naruko Uzumaki Namikaze. Sexy. Seductive. Blonde. Better twintails. Uzumaki Narumi. Nice to meet ya, Datbakan. Narumi greeted with a huge grin and a peace symbol. Narumi Uzumaki Namikaze. Did anyone get the number of that chick? Uzumaki Naruhi. Pleasure. Datbano. Naruhi greeted with a curt nod. Naruhi Uzumaki Namikaze. Oldest sister. Dual reincarnation. All awesome. Uzumaki Naruna. Hello. Datbase. Naruna greeted enthusiastically. Naruna Uzumaki Namikaze. A lil, excitable blonde redhead. Uzumaki Tsubaki. Two new sisters. Yay. Databaya. Tsubaki squealed excitedly. Tsubaki Uzumaki Namikaze. A cute little sister you dare not harm if you want to live. Well, I'll leave it to you guys then to get to know each other when we get home. Kushina commented and smirked at Naruto. Once again, my son's the luckiest guy alive. You have two new little sisters. Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze. The Red Death, the world's most dangerous MILF. Yay me. Naruto muttered in a less than enthusiastic tone, making Kushina ruffle his head. Don't mind him. This guy loves little sisters, right? Kushina pressed him with a grin. If you're trying to embarrass the hell out of me, you're failing. Naruto deadpanned before finally grinning as well. Boo, you're no fun. Kushina pouted, pulling on his cheek. So what happened to their parents? Naruhi asked point blank. The dad's not around. As for Chihaya-san, she's out of the country, and has asked me to watch them for her. I'm just returning the favor. Kushina replied while shrugging. So this Naruse Chihaya-san works for Spiral Corp and is working at an overseas branch office out there? Naruna asked with Kushina nodding. Correct. She said with the older ones of her children blinking. Excuse us, but we need to talk to our mom alone for a while. Naruto said to Mio and Maria as he, Naruhi, and Naruko dragged Kushina away. Oh, order whatever you want, okay. Hush, Ina said brightly as she was dragged away. Okay, Maria said brightly. Ka-chan, if you're watching those two girls for your friend Chihaya-san, why are they adopted into the Uzumaki clan as our new sisters? Naruhi asked pointedly. There are certain circumstances why, but it's mainly for the girls to have the benefits of our clan while they're with us. Chihaya-san won't be coming back for a long time, and she was worried about them living by themselves. Kushina explained. So we'll really be the ones watch over them? Naruto asked after coming to a realization. That's right. Plus, I'm going to be going out of town on a mission next week that'll take a while. I've assured Chihaya-san that they'll be fine under your watchful eyes. That said, I'm sure there'll be no problem with you all living together. As long as the girls are okay with you, or so I was told. You want us all to live as a family as we take care of them. Naruko stated and folded her arms. No more, we got it. One thing I'm worried about is them putting up with our antics. Naruto said as he and Naruko smiled matching fanged grins. That's the spirit. Now keep quiet about this, will ya? Kushina said as they headed back to their table. Circumstances and discretion, right? Naruto said, waving his hand as they got back to the table and sat down. Sorry about that. We heard the story from Ka-chan. Story? Tsubaki questioned, tilting her head as a question mark floated above her head. About us watching over and taking care of them while their mom and our mom is away. We can manage and make this work. What say you? Nothing's wrong about us getting to know each other. Naruto said courteously. We understand, and we also want to do that a lot. Maria agreed, nodding happily. Please look after us. It's decided then. You don't need to be reserved or anything. Naruhi assured Mio with a gentle smile. Then, look after me too, okay? She requested nicely with a smile. Of course, Naruhi said with a gentle smile. But if your brother peek in the toilet again, I'll kill him 100 times over. Mio growled with a threatening aura. Would you like some sugar to go with that foot in your mouth? Naruto asked ominously with a smile that didn't match his eyes as his eyebrow twitched. 2 lumps please. Mio grinned back as she cracked her knuckles again. A few seconds later, Mio was lying on the ground with new steaming lumps on her head with her eyes all swirly. She got the lumps she wanted all right. What an idiot, Narumi noted while Maria's jaw dropped. Yep, you'll get along quite nicely, Kushina said, laughing as the other's sweat dropped just as their food arrived. As for Naruto and Naruko, they couldn't help but feel that they've met Mio somewhere a long time ago. Uzumaki Mansion, a week later. Thanks to an amazing jutsu that uses Mokudan wood style, the miracle of Uzumaki-style Fuinjutsu, and some legwork and elbow grease to go along with it, the Uzumak mansion was planted on the outskirts of a town where Mio goes to school. The Uzumaki Mansion is a huge mansion that's similar to the well-known archaeologist Lara Croft's family mansion, with 3 floors and several sub-floors for different purposes. Also, Naruto, Naruko, and Narumi had transferred out of schools, from the Whirlpool Academy on Uzu Island to the school that Mio attends. Naruhime, Anwile is still attending the college-university section of Whirlpool Academy with Naruna doing the same, albeit the elementary school section. They were due to school for the next semester in a few days. And Naruto's been training non-stop for the past few days, so he's currently sleeping in. Well, sort of. For one, the nightmares from old has been plaguing him, and he's pretty used to them. It reminded him of his powerlessness and his oath to never be powerless to save his precious people. And secondly, he was being roused out of his sleep in a way that guys only dreamed of, feeling a weight on his waist area as his blue eyes slowly opened to be greeted by a blurry sight of yellow-clothed covered fleshy mounds. Ah, you're finally awake. And this time, it was neither Naruko nor Narumi as usual, judging by the voice. Ohayo, good morning, Naruto. Ohayo, Mio. Naruto groaned out as he rubbed his eyes to clear them and saw the redhead on top leaning over him. Just one question. What are you doing in my room? What? You say. I came in to wake you up. I thought boys enjoyed things like this. Call it a special service on the first day cohabitation. Special service. Usually it comes with breakfast in bed, but this works too. Oh, just get up already. If the bed cover and their clothes weren't in the way, explicitly writing the blonde, which might happen in the next few minutes as Naruto Jr. was rising behind Mio's butt. Hey, I think I feel something hard under here, Mio suddenly said, making Naruto sweat drop. Ugh, guess you never watched any X-rated stuff to know what you're doing, Naruto said dryly as Mio looked at him with a hint of suspicion. Don't look at me like that. You're the one grinding on me like a stripper in a nightclub. That's not it, Mio said and went under Naruto's covers. You know you're making this misunderstanding worse, Naruto said. Sit up as Mio rummaged under his covers, with her outline revealing a very compromising position between the two of them. Hey, Mio got out, holding a box she found that was not one of Naruto's personal effects, but Mio didn't know that. What's this? A game, Naruto frowned and drew off his covers to see several boxes around him. What the? Several large tick marks appeared on Naruto's head as he saw a box with a picture of a girl in an extremely lewd pose with the subtitle, Plowing My Stepsister's Unclaimed Field Ecstasy . Are you serious? Naruto growled as he looked at each box that was an eroge game each with, sister, in its subtitles. No matter where I look, the word, sister, why you're living with us and you have games like that lying around. I knew it, you intend to make us. Naruto. Naruto suddenly bellowed, making the house shaking and knocking Mio to the floor. Yes, dear Nisama. Naruko responded after a while, poking her head through the door. What's wrong? Quite the funny prank you pulled. I thought Mommy Dearest banned us from pranks, Naruto said, scowling at his twin who looked confused. Rules are made to be broken, dear brother, but I didn't prank you. So what exactly are you accusing me of? Naruko questioned, with Naruto shaking the eroge game around. This. Naruto pointed at the sister genre eroge games in his bed. Oh Naru-ni, you insult me. That's a good prank all right, but you're the wrong one to execute on considering our fun times together, Naruko said as she skipped over and around Mio and sat on Naruto's lap. I think I can also vouch for Naruhine, Narumi, Naruna, and Tsubaki as well. Even Mio-chan here, since she looks like she wants to kill you 100 times over. Why would I do something like this? Mio screeched, shaking one of the boxes angrily with her face all red. I don't know. Secret fantasy perhaps. You were in my room after all. Naruto replied with a smirk as Naruko wiggled her butt on his rear and felt something hard, making her lick her lips. It is not, Mio shrieked, childishly waving her arms. All right, that's enough, Naruko said, hopping up and proceeded to push Mio out of Naruto's room. I don't know how, but I'm sure you're the cause of Naruni's hard-on when you woke him up. So I'll handle this with the only way I know how. Mio squeaked once she was out of the room, her face even more red. Don't tell me. Tell the others, my brother, and I will be down shortly once we deal with some personal issues, so why don't you go back downstairs? Naruko requested sweetly as Naruto appeared over her shoulder. Because if you try to barge in once we close the door, I can guarantee that you won't be a virgin anymore within the first minute. Naruto added, his grin becoming evil and scaring Mio so bad that she was gone the second Naruto finished his sentence. That was mean, Naruto-kun, Naruko said sultry as she leaned back into him with him wrapping his arms around her waist. Just as I'm going to enjoy what we're about to do, Naruko countered back. After activating the sound barrier jutsu to shield the sounds of their upcoming activity from the other occupants in the mansion, now, what exactly did Mio-chan do to get you rock hard? She grinded and bounced on me like a stripper. Even I doubt she knew what she was doing. Intentional or not, looks like I'll have to top her, as long as you take me right now. Gladly. 30 minutes later. Quote, their breakfast is getting cold, Narumi noted and grabbed said breakfast from across the table where the twins were supposed to be sitting. I think I'll have them. Itadakimasu. You better. If they're doing what I think they're doing, then it'll be a long time before they come down. Naruto mused as Narumi wolfed down the twins' breakfast. Don't worry, it was a quickie, Naruto said telepathically, as he and Naruko came downstairs, with the latter having a certain glow about her that plainly had the, I got laid, look on her face. Oh, Naruto-san, Naruko-san. Good morning, Maria said ghtly as the twins went into the kitchen. Good morning. They responded in unison as Naruto got some ramen from the cupboard and Naruko got some orange juice from the refrigerator. I can make breakfast for you again if you like, Maria offered as Naruto took a single look at her and sighed. We're good. Well, Naruko is. As for you, Naruto trailed off after putting the ramen in the microwave. Is something wrong? Maria asked innocently, noticing the tone in Naruto's voice. Your body still needs lots of developing if you're going to pull off that kind of outfit. Naruto deadpanned, pointing at her erotic and disturbing choice for an outfit due to her body build, especially the naked apron style you're sporting. Oh, is that it? Maria asked slyly before turning around. Too bad. I'm actually wearing clothes under my apron. Quote, Naruto rolled his eyes and sighed as Maria came up to him. Oh, were you excited? You were a growing teenage body after all. Right, hardly on the first part. Naruto replied flatly with zero amusement. I'll be honest Maria, it'll be a cold day in hell before I get a hard-on for lolies like yourself. Grow at least a C-cup before you try and seduce me. How mean, Naruto-san. Maria whined as Naruto chuckled a bit before his eye twitched, realizing something from this morning. By the way, were you the one responsible for putting those eroge games in my bed when I was asleep? Naruto said, crossing his arms and tapping the floor with his foot, one of them being, plowing my real stepsister's unclaimed field ecstasy. That was my housewarming gift. Did you enjoy it? Maria asked expectantly with excitement. I thought you could use it for future reference for me and Mio. Future reference? You should get a refund. Naruni has no need of those, Naruko declared a bit loudly as the microwave finished heating the ramen. Besides, why would I need that crap for future reference? Naruto added in annoyance and feeling insulted. What LSE would you do with a stepsister aside from train her to your liking? Maria said while making shivering motions. What kind of little girl talks like that? Naruto, Naruko, and Naruhi wondered loud in their minds and creeped out big time at those words. Maybe you won't be satisfied with just a game, so you will want to do it with me in real life. Maria asked while lifting up her skirt a tad. Sorry, but being a pedophile doesn't work for me. I happen to enjoy my life the way it is, thank you. Naruto said, putting his hands on his hips and looking at her up and down. with her chest area being, not very appealing. What's with all the noise? Kushina yawned, still bearing a bedhead look as she came into the kitchen in pajamas with her top unbuttoned, showing off her cleavage, and who's being a pedophile. Naruto-san was about to take me however he wants for the first time. Maria replied teasingly. Yeah, on a cold day in hell. Naruto added and slurped some ramen as Mio entered as well. I see. First you knock me to the ground, and now you plan to enjoy Maria's unclaimed field. Mio said accusingly, making Naruto's eye twitch. Oh, so you tried Mio-chan's route first, huh? Naughty boy. Oni-chan has it rough. Naruna commented with Narumi nodding sagely. Hey Ka-chan, next time you return from Uzu Island, bring a box of hearing aids, because I think we'll need a lot. Naruto said dryly while digging in his ear with his pinky. I don't know about how you're excited to have 2 more cute little sisters, but try not to commit any crimes. Kushina said, waving it off teasingly as she started to make breakfast for herself. You're not helping at all. Don't tell me you've got a hangover from drinking last night. Naruto guessed, with Kushina blowing her a sour raspberry as she returned from the cupboard. Speaking of drinks, why don't one of you head down to the nearby store later today? We still need to stock up on some stuff since I gave birth to 6 beautiful children who turned out to be gluttons for food. Kushina giggled. We got that trait from you. Her 5 children shouted at her. Tsubaki was currently at Uzu Island, attending Whirlpool Elementary. Naruto and Mio, why do I have to take a ride with you? Mio complained as she and Naruto were driving in Naruto's white Tesla Model SP85D. We're still mapping out and getting used to the area. You don't mind showing me around, do you? Naruto replied while driving one-handed. Also, you do realize that Maria was playing around, right? Do I look like the type to play those stupid eroge games? Nor is a 15-year-old with enormous G-cup jugs. Naruto countered back with Mio streaming and hugging her chest. That's besides the point. Mio yelled at him, red in the face. Goo. Mio decided to change the subject. Anyway, what was that dream you had this morning before I woke you up? Naruto paused before answering, a memory that took place a few years ago. Not interested in burdening you with the details, but it's something I'll never, ever let myself forget. Let's just say it's one of those life-defining moments and never speak of it again. Oh. Mio decided not to. Press on about it as Naruto's hair shadowed his eyes. We're nearly at the supermarket by the way. After finding their way, Naruto parked the car and went inside with Mio. The shopping trip didn't take long as they got everything they needed. Are you really going to buy all this? Mio asked incredulously as they went up to the cash register, with the cashier's sweat dropping and looking nervous. The amount of items he'll have to scan, and immediately called for assistance. Do you even have enough? O ye of little faith, my dear sweet little sister. Stuff like this won't even make a dent in my family's bank account or mine. Let alone be enough to put us out of house and home. Naruto said with confidence as the items were being scanned. This is gonna take a while. I just know it. I'll go wait by the car. Mio said and took off, with Naruto waving in acknowledgement. As she got to the car, Mio was deep in thought. Naruto. He's an interesting guy, I must admit. I feel bad out what Maria and I are going to do tonight to him and his sisters, but what's this feeling? That there's more to him than meets the eye. Hey girl, you lonely? Wanna have a good time? Mio turned around to see 4 guys coming up on her, with one of them putting his arm around her when he got close as he said his piece, making her disgusted as she threw his arm off her and stepped back. Get your hands off me. If you touch me again, I'll kill you 100 times over. Mio threatened with a fierce glare. Ooh, she's gonna kill us guys. One of the guys cooed in mock fright as the leader got in her face. Let's see you try and kill us. Mio gritted her teeth and tried to come up with an idea when, hello gentlemen. Do you have some business with my sister? Naruto. Mio said in a surprised voice as Naruto came out of nowhere and loaded the groceries into his car. Naruto. What kinda lame name is that? The leader sneered at Naruto, knowing that Naruto meant fish cake, a little condiment that you put in ramen. Fortunately not as lame as you, jabroni. At least my name stands for a force of nature that's uncontrollable. Naruto countered mockingly as he finished loading the groceries and closed the trunk. You little punk arg. Naruto's foot collided with his face, shutting him up and sending him flying. So, this town has delinquents desperately trying to get laid. Good. I was worried that there weren't going to be any targets to practice with during our stay. Naruto said with disturbing glee as the leader's goons surrounded him from both sides. Why you bastard. They landed several hits on Naruto, but he no-sold him, looking at them with mock amusement before jumping up, spinning around, and landed a hard-hitting aerial split kick to the goons' faces, breaking their noses and knocking them to the ground. With that, I bid the jabronis adieu. Naruto taunted with a mock bow and threw a pepper-filled smoke bomb from his prank kit at the down thugs. Let's go, Mio. Naruto grabbed a startled Mio and placed her in the P-85D, with him jumping in, starting the engine, and drove off, leaving the coughing, hacking, and howling in pain thugs behind them. Too bad they didn't confront us inside the store. I would have had a whole lot of fun. So many groceries to use as weapons, just like Stone Cold Steve Austin did to Booker T, Naruto said. And blinked when Mio put a slender hand on his shoulder. Sorry, Mio murmured. Don't worry about it. I'm no stranger to putting jackasses like them in their place. I'm sorry. Really. Naruto discreetly frowned but hid it with a smile, and instead frowned inside. She was apologizing, but not for getting them into that situation. It was, for something else. Uzumaki Mansion, later that night. So the mission you mentioned a week ago is from Sparta Gigi? Naruto asked loudly in Kushina's room. Shish, keep your voice down. Kushina chided her, but you activated the sound barrier jutsu. Naruto pointed out, jerking his thumb at the door. Regardless. Anyway, Naruhi-chan and Naruna-chan, you're coming with me. We'll be going to Makai for a while to handle some requests. From Sparta-san, Kushina told him. Finally, some action. Naruna cheered with Naruhi nodding. I suppose Naruto, Naruko, and Narumi will be watching over Mio and Maria. Naruhi guessed. Exactly. Besides, it's the eldest son's duty to protect the family in their parents' absence, right? Kushina said with a wink. So how long will you girls be away? Naruto asked, with Kushina shrugging as Naruhi and Naruna went to pack. Depends on the numbers of assignments Sparta-san wants us to accomplish on his behalf. However, from what I heard, there are a lot, and it'll take while. Naruna-chan's coming along, for her to get experience for future Devil Hunter jobs, and Naruhi-chan for an extra set of eyes and hands. Kushina explained, with Naruko smiling a cat smile. An extra relief, Naruto and Naruko said together, making Kushina blush shamelessly. Just protect Mio and Maria, no matter what. They're family now, after all. Kushina said quickly before shoving Naruto, Naruko, and Narumi out of her room. Yes, ma'am, Naruto said as Kushina shut the door. This whole adoption was getting weird in the constant mentions of protecting her. What kind of trouble did this 15-year-old girl have after her? Half an hour later. Now then, take care of things here, okay? Kushina said as she started up her Lamborghini convertible with Naruhi in the passenger seat and Naruna bouncing around in the backseat, with their luggage in the trunk. Don't make a mess, Naruhi advised with a smirk. And don't welcome us back with a prank. Naruna squeaked, pointing at them. No promises, Naruko said and whistled innocently. You guys just stay safe. Narumi said as Kushina drove out of the driveway. Don't take too long, Naruto shouted as he and his sisters waved as Kushina, Naruhi, and Naruna waved and departed, and they're gone. Pizza for dinner. Sounds good. Make it a ramen pizza, Naruko suggested as Narumi's stomach roared in agreement. Meanwhile in the living room. Looks like she's finally gone, and she took 2 of them with her. No matter. We can handle the other 3. Come, let us begin. Okay. Back with the Uzumaki Namikaze trio. Why don't you work on that pizza, Naruni, W. Hilmi and Narumi. Naruko ran her hours and gyrated her hips as she did so with a sultry smile. Slip into something more comfortable to serve you, exclusively. In front of Mio and Maria. Isn't it a bit too early, especially for Maria? Naruto questioned with a raised eyebrow, used to Naruko's seductive nature. She's still developing, so I'm sure she is ticklish, just like we are when we choose to be. Now come, I have a special outfit for tonight especially for you, tomboy. Naruto whispered, nibbling at Narumi's ear before playfully Princess carried her upstairs. Naruto shook his head at Naruto's seductive antics in amusement and headed to the kitchen, taking a detour through the living room where Mio is sitting with Maria near the window. Ladies, we're having pizza tonight, ramen pizza that is, but if you two want something different, let me know. Homemade, takeout, anything, Naruto declared before noticing that the room was dark with something in the air that was prodding at his senses. And he didn't like it. Why are the lights off? They look awfully comfortable in the darkness, and more importantly. Listen, Naruto, Mio suddenly said, knocking Naruto out of his thoughts, I have a request. Something tells me it's not either homemade, takeout, or anything. Naruto thought with an inward sweat drop, and was beginning to get worried since Kushina W. as gone and now they're suddenly acting like this, and that request would be. You and the rest of your sisters, leave this mansion. Naruto blinked and used his pinky finger to dig in it, making a squeaking sound as he did, I'm sorry, can you repeat that again, because it sounded like you said, leave this mansion. Did I hear that right? He questioned as he contacted Naruto and Narumi through telepathy. Naruto. Narumi, get down here now. Quote, Naruni, what's wrong? Naruto asked and suddenly felt a spike of magical energy from the living room that was not her brother's magic signature. The hell? Naruto's eyes widened at what appeared to be a magic glyph that appeared in front of Maria, who fired a wind spell at Naruto who backflipped out of the way, but was suddenly slammed against the ceiling and landed back on the ground, but like a cat after a quick recovery. It appeared to be wind magic, but that was actually a gravity spell. Are they mages? Naruto wondered, jumped back and taking a knee. As seals suddenly appeared on his skin underneath his clothing, only one way to find out. Did you not hear what Mio-sama commanded? Naruto looked up at Maria who spoke those words menacingly. Should I have? Naruto smarted off as he discreetly went through one-handed seals to release the seals holding back his power, intending on releasing a quarter of it out of the usual half for devil hunting jobs. Usually a human panics when they see magic for the first time in their lives. So that was magic, Naruto thought and closed one of his eyes, glaring at Maria. Maybe I'm not like most humans who piss themselves at the sight of things they can't explain. Don't kid yourself. I don't expect you fully grasp what I'm talking about, Maria said as a blue aura surrounded her form causing her simple black dress to disintegrate as her appearance changed. Magic does exist. It's not fantasy or fiction. But it's not just magic. There are races other than humans. Her ears became pointed, her blue eyes glowed, bat wings sprouted from her lower back along with a tail, and her outfit became all black and skimpy with her hair ties causing black as well. Oh, you gotta be kidding. Naruto muttered as he hit the last one-handed hand seal, Kai. Unannounced to Mio and Maria, Naruto's bloodline powers became unlocked, as they're usually only needed during most devil hunting jobs. Power rushed through his body as his senses became enhanced. One sniff from his enhanced nose told Naruto exactly what his sisters are now. A demon, and a succubus. And Maria's the succubus. Why? Naruto mentally sighed in exasperation, now understanding why Maria acts so disturbingly flirty, and noticed out of the corner of his eye seeing Naruto and Narumi near the bottom of the steps. Hiding and also releasing their seals. Aren't you little, young, to be dressed like that? Mio, say something, will ya? Would you hold your tongue? Maria said warningly as her aura intensified. Being a mere human, you're being very overly disrespectful towards the future demon lord. Future demon lord, Naruto, and Narumi thought as one, looking at Mio, who was still sitting on the sofa, not looking at Naruto. Mio Naruse Uzumaki, typical twintail tsundere redhead, and future demon lord. Opening theme, Blade of Hope by Sweet ARMS. So, let me see if I have a handle on things here. You and Mio are demons, with Mio being heir to the title of Demon Lord in Makai. Naruto said, striking up a conversation to get Maria to spill the beans. Anything else I should know? You're taking this extraordinary well for a human. The clan of gods, our enemies, and what you would call heroes, happens to exist as well. Maria explained, with Naruto, and Narumi slightly flinching when Maria mentioned the word heroes. Mio-sama and I will be using this mansion your clan so graciously provided as our base of operations in the human world. Maria Naruse Uzumaki, a little gothic cutie with a big mouth, who's actually a lowly succubus, still not legal. If she's a demon lord candidate, what about your mom? Chihaya-san, my Ka-chan's friend, Naruto questioned. She's nothing more than a fabrication. We altered her memories. I'm a succubus who can manipulate dreams. I've planted a fake memory of a non-existent female in Kushina-san, who we just happened to cross paths with on your family's island. Maria revealed and raised her hand to Naruto's face as he stood up with his hair shadowing his eyes. Now it's your turn. You and your sisters couldn't get along with the two girls in your house, so you went to live with your relatives back in Uzu Island. Will that work, Mio-sama? I suppose. Mio responded as she stood up. That'll do. So, that how it is? Naruto said with strained calm. Mio. Sorry, but we need this mansion you and your family so graciously provided. Mio said with a blank stare at Naruto. Relay that to Oni-chan and Narumi. Bye-bye, Oni-chan. Even if it wasn't for long, I had fun. No, Naruto started to say before a bright light from Maria's hand and flashed through the room for a moment before disappearing. Mio-sama, I've planted a fake memory in him. Now, leave. Maria commanded to Naruto, your sisters will be next. From today, this house is our, quote. Naruto didn't move from his spot, confusing the demon lord candidate and succubus. That's strange. He should have left by himself, Maria noted in confusion. Maria, Mio asked with concern. There's no problem. I'll try it again, Maria stated before Naruto disappeared in a burst of pure speed. He disappeared. Quote. As the thought left her mind, Naruto reappeared behind them near the window as if teleporting, catching the two demons off guard. When did he? Mio asked in shock. You dare resist me? Maria snarled and prepared a white spell glyph. You do anything strange like that again, you'll get hurt. Naruto smirked with a fanged grin in response, with a, come and get me, motion as the icing on the cake, infuriating her. I warned you, Maria yelled and launched her attack. He raised his hand and caught the white bolt, causing wind to blow about as he crushed the attack with his bare hands, neutralizing it with the greatest of ease. My magic, completely erased. That's impossible, Maria cried out. What's with the surprise? You little shrimp. You said so yourself a moment ago. Demons exist. Gods exist. And so do heroes. As Naruto said this, materialized a unique, mystical energy sword called the Minato in its sealed state, and twirled it around before resting it on his shoulder. Illage, why are you here? She was cut off by Naruto's laughter, sounding as if she told a funny joke, as his grin became bloodthirsty. What the hell makes you think that I'm any part of that hypocritical village? Naruto asked as eyes became red with slits, his reddish blonde hair gained silvery white strands and black streaks, making it multicolored, his right arm transforming into a demonic arm known as a devil bringer, and his whisker marks become thicker and wilder. You're a demon, Maria screamed as Mio gasped in horror. Kinda, but I'm something else. No, we're something else. Isn't that right, girls? Naruto said with a grin. Wah. Out of nowhere, chains sprung up from the dark. Nessun wrapped themselves around the caught-off-guard demons, and lifted them in the air. Wah, what is this? Mio cried out and struggled with Maria. I can't get out. And my energy, it's being sapped. Maria added in terror as she summoned a spell glyph, but it's shattered away. But how? Like it, succubus bitch. They're special chakra chains exclusive only to our clan, the Uzumaki clan. Narumi declared as she stepped out of the shadows with her chakra chains holding Maria, wearing a red bra with black track pants that have a couple white stripes running down it, along with donning tee. He same multicolored hair as Naruto with the thick whisker marks, red eyes with slits, and a right-armed devil bringer. A clan that you dare infiltrated, knowing our reputation. That is awfully naughty of you to do. And it's pretty impressive, but nonetheless foolish in the end. Naruto added, also stepping out of the shadows with her own chakra chain restraining Mio, wearing a orange t-shirt that was tied in the back, showing her navel, and black panties, donning the same multicolored hair, thick whisker marks, red eyes with slits, and a right-armed devil bringer just like Naruto and Narumi. Gah, let us go. If you don't, I'll kill all of you 100 times over. Ack, now Mio, let's not get carried away. Threatening to kill us 100 times over after hypnotizing our mother and attempting to hijack our home. That's just bad manners, Naruto said as he flicked her between the eyes. Naruko. Narumi, keep our dear little sister's company. I gotta call Ka-chan. If they get cute, use your imaginations. But try to get some answers anyway. Quote, will do, Naruko said as Naruto went upstairs to call Kushina so neither Mio and Maria could hear the conversation. So, how should we handle this? Narumi asked Naruko as she wrapped a chain around Maria's mouth to prevent her from talking when she was about to speak, with Naruko doing the same to Mio. Narumi-chan, a little dash of good cop, with a massive dose of bad cop, Naruko replied with her own bloodthirsty grin, her eyes shifting into the Rinne Sharingan as she looked at the now frightened demons. We've been doing this for a while now, so we know all kinds of neat little interrogation tricks. Good cop, bad cop, reverse psychology, stare down contests, threats, you name it. With that said, let's play a little game called the first person to talk gets spared of being mentally scarred for the rest of your life. Quote, as the Naru sisters cracked their knuckles, Maria managed to get a good look at the girl's devil bringer, and freaked out upon recognizing them. Oh God, those arms, those eyes, there. Meanwhile, upstairs, hope I'm not too late, Naruto muttered as he shifted out of his devil trigger grade 1, come on. Pick up the damn phone, he growled before hearing a click. Hey, Sochi-kun, don't tell me Mio-chan and Maria-chan are becoming more than you can handle. Quote, in more way than one. You, Naruhi, and Naruna need to come back, now. We have a problem, like Mio-chan and Maria-chan being demons. Quote, yeah, and they tried to take over the mansion and attempted to hypnotize us. Wait, what did you just say? So they struck as soon as I left, despite the protection I helped give them and purposely made it not known. Idiot girls, you knew about them. Of course I knew, ever since Maria attempted to alter my memories. It didn't work by the way, but it didn't stop me from trying to help them. Quote, so you were pretending to be tricked. Something like that. They've already been marked for investigation after all. Quote, investigation? By who? We of Spiral Corp of course, along with the hidden village of the Hero tribe. Quote, why would the so-called Hero tribe be observing those two? Hey, it's been 5 years since the dissolution of our clan's alliance with the Japan section's Hero tribe, and we have nothing to do with them anymore. However, that's about to change. Mio-chan is the only daughter of the demon lord Wilbert. You remember him, right? Quote, yeah, I do. Don't know anything about him. Mito Bachan took Naruko and I to visit his domain once when we were little brats. They were having a meeting, and Naruko and I went to explore, and encountered, oh you gotta be kidding me. One of those little girls that day was. Bingo. It's Mio-chan. Quote, I thought she looked familiar. I wouldn't have known since we only met one time, and she looks very, very different since then. What about her dad, Wilbert? Wilbert was a peaceful demon lord. So after he triumphed over the warmongering demons, he ended the demon clan's ancient conflict with the Hero tribe. But at the same time, the war-hungry demons that protested the truce sought his title and throne. To shield Mio-chan from those bakas, Wilbert-san had some of his servants here in the human world raise her as her surrogate parents, but she got to know her real father when he visited her for 1 week every year in the middle of summer while withholding his true identity. Quote, so what changed? Wilbert-san died about a year ago. Officially the cause of death is still unknown, but unofficially, we confirmed that he was assassinated, but how is still a mystery to this day. Mio on the other hand was living here in the human world as a junior high school student, unaware of her heritage. The current demon lord, who ascended to the throne after Wilbert, is seeking to capture Mio-chan and absorb the power she inherited. You can imagine the rest, right? Chihaya-san is the real name of Mio's surrogate mother, who along with her surrogate father, was murdered in front of her Thankfully she was rescued by those who are still loyal to Wilbert after his death. Quote, right in front of her. Poor Mio. You think. Empathize with her, Naruto-kun. A junior high school student is suddenly told that she's the daughter of a demon lord. Even with Maria as her bodyguard right now, she can't get much help due to the remnants of Wilbert Sand's faction being found and killed. And with the power she inherited from her late biological father not fully awakened yet, she's going to be erased sooner or later without help. That's why Ka-san and I adopted her, and Maria-chan, into the Uzumaki clan to protect them from the demon clan and the hero tribe. Quote, and you didn't inform me and the others of this, why? So that you all could see them not as demons, but normal people, and bond with them. They need us, and they're lucky that we found them first. I'm sorry this was kept from you. Quote, even so, I doubt this will keep the demon clan and hero tribe away, even if they now know that they're Uzumaki now. I doubt that the assholes of the hero tribe has yet to stop treating Mio as an observation target. Which is where you, Naruto, and Narumi come in, especially you, as well as we of the Uzumaki and Spiral Corp. The time for hiding and playing it safe is over. While Sparta-san does rule over Makai with Ryzen Gigi, there are those who think they can get around them and wreak havoc. Quote, the time of the Twilight Celestials is now then. To show the demons and heroes that they're not on top of the food chain anymore. That's right. Quote, about damn time. Looks like things will be less boring now. I've sent you something to keep you motivated. I'm counting on you, Sochi-kun. Quote, as Kushina hung up, a picture Mesuto's smartphone. He opened it to find a certain picture that was taken yesterday. Flashback no jutsu, in front of the mansion a few days ago. Cheese. Naruto. Narumi. Ka-chan didn't give the go-ahead. Naruto deadpanned while Mio and Maria's sweat dropped. Sure. Ruin our fun will ya. Naruto sighed while Naruko giggled. Smile. You brats. I'm about to take it. Kushina called out. Hi. They chorused and smiled for the camera. Looks like a certain someone next to me can smile too. Naruto said teasingly, pointing at Mio who was next to him. I was thinking that this is kind of nice. Mio admitted sheepishly, this'll be our first photo as a family. Okay, hope you got your practice in, because I'm taking it. Kushina declared and pressed a button before running over. Everyone smiled again, with Mio actually leaning into a slightly surprised Naruto, who took it in stride, and made a peace sign along with Maria. Naruto had her hands on Naruna and Maria's shoulder, and Naruko hugged a blushing Narumi, with Kushina behind them. Click, flashback Kai. With the Uzumaki Namikaze siblings. As Naruto walked downstairs, looking at the family picture Kushina sent, he slowly shifted back into his Devil Trigger Grade 1 and sighed deeply. Troublesome. Despite Mio and Maria being adopted into the clan, this was basically a close-to-home bodyguard mission. And the two demons were his quarry, with one of them being a major target due to the incredible power lying dormant inside her. Speaking of the two demon girls, as Naruto was thinking to himself, he distantly heard a loud smack, followed by a loud pain and pleasure, along with the sounds of uncontrollable laughter that got louder. Then he returned to reality and arrived downstairs. Yuto stepped back into the living that was still dark. He stepped on something and picked it up to discover a pair of panties, and looked up to see the reason why. A crackling Naruko had a wailing Mio bent over her lap, with her chains wrapped erotically around Mio's body, whose arms were also bound behind her thanks to the chains, and was spanking Mio's exposed bottom with her devil bringer arm for an extra kick. Inwardly, Mio was of course not enjoying it, but Naruko used her Rinne Sharingan on her, causing her to feel pleasure along with the pain. Cruel, effective, and that was Naruko for you. As for Narumi, who was humming a little tune, she had her chains tied around Maria's waist and her arms, with Maria laughing uncontrollably after Narumi used her own Rinne Sharingan to affect her T-clish areas and make them hypersensitive to the max. Like Mio, Maria was not enjoying it, but had no choice in the matter. Having fun, Naruto mused after whistling to get his sister's attention. Too much, Naruko replied gleefully as she and Narumi led up of their torturing of Mio and Maria, who were both breathing heavily. Why you all make you pay for this? Mio said with tears run ing with her face that was red with embarrassment and anger at the humiliating torture against her. Good luck with that, Naruto taunted and smacked her on the ass again, making her cry out, is Ah-chan on her way back with Onisama and Naruna? Quote, about that, you see. Naruto's rebuttal was cut off as he and his sister suddenly felt several hostile presences outside the mansion thanks to their demonic senses. Demons. Here, Naruto growled angrily as her blood-red aura radiated off her. Why? Quote, it's warding magic. Maria breathed out. It's the enemy. Those words had the I blings burst through the front door and rushed out to the front of the mansion, with Mio and Maria still bound the way there, and found some unwelcome company in the form of dark matter swirling about. They're not the usual lesser demons we face from the demon world, Narumi noted, with her siblings wordlessly agreeing as the mass of darkness then formed into multiple demonic beings. With the appearance of lions and dark in color with a purple hue, who all growled viciously. Are they manticores? Naruto wondered. They're more accurately referred to as shadow manticores, Naruko-san. Maria informed her. Why are they here? What are they after? Narumi asked as she braced herself for attack. More like who they're after. Naruto grumbled, with Naruko and Narumi looking at him in confusion. Long story short. Mio is the daughter of the demon lord Wilbert who died a year ago, and she inherited his power. Now one of the current demon lords in Makai who took Wilbert's title and domain wants that power by any means necessary, Naruto revealed, causing Naruko and Narumi's jaws to drop in amazement, while Mio and Maria looked shocked that he knows that information. Naruto turning his attention to the latter. Oh, by the way, your power failed to conquer Ka-chan's mind, but she decided to help you girls out anyway, but left me in charge. How else would she know? Quote, I see. So your clan's been observing us as well. That was out of my expectations, as well as you all being demons. Maria remarked and groaned into herself. Part demons, thank you very much. Narumi snapped and turned her attention back to the manticores. So how should we do this? Me and you being tokusatsu heroes with Naruko Nichan using RWBY weapons, Oni-chan. Quote, hell no. The Ime has come for us to stop kidding around and be serious for once. We use our powers and abilities, as Twilight Celestials. Naruto declared before shrugging and whispering, still, nothing's wrong with using RWBY weapons. Quote, it's okay. Another time, or not. Naruko shrugged and held out her hand, summoning her favorite weapon, Heavenly Sword. Quote, Heavenly Sword, you're right, it is time to get serious and raise hell. Narumi agreed and summoned her weapon as well, Blood Scythe. Quote, Blood Scythe, Minato, Naruto declared, resummoning the Minato sword, resting it on his shoulder as Ruko and Narumi released to further shell-shocked Mio and Maria, and addressed the horde of lesser demons. Hi, my name's Naruto, and these two rays of sunshine are Naruko and Narumi. This property you, Rion is practically death for scum like you pieces of shit. Go back to your master, or be erased. Quote, Minato. The manticores roared in response and charged at them. Go to hell. It's party time. Naruto growled, releasing the Minato from its sealed state and unleashed a green energy blade with the kanji for wind, floating in the middle of the hilt. Futon Kenjutsu, Guma Ryushuden wind-style sword jutsu, resounding surge. Quote, twirling the sword around his hand, he swiped outward, unleashing a wave of traveling razor wind blade along the sword, wiping out a fourth of the unlucky manticores that tried to get away. Naruto Sparta Uzumaki Namikaze the Devil Kitsune. Suiden Kenjutsu. Mizu Arashi no Mai water-style sword jutsu, Dance of the Water Storm. Naruko yelled, jumping into the middle of the horde. With her heavenly sword split into two extending chain blades augmented with water energy, and danced with her blades in the style of flowing water, slicing through the manticores that dared got close. Naruko Sparta Uzumaki Namikaze the Umbra Vixen. Die. Narumi yelled roughly, speed and cutting through her section of manticores with her blood scythe in scythe mode while setting them on fire. O brilliant blade of coldest steel, bathed in the flames of hell, rend the infinite darkness and burn my enemies to nothingness. Kaiden Kenjutsu. Zenku Ruagen fire-style sword jutsu, Savage Wolf Fury. Quote, Narumi Sparta Uzumaki Namikaze the Howling Butterfly. As Naruto, Naruko, and Narumi unleashed hell upon the manticores, Mio and Maria stood in awe at the display of power and skill. Mio was wondering how they're capable of fearlessly challenging a horde of shadow manticores and slice through them like a hot knife through butter, while Maria was starting to gain hope as she confirmed her suspicions. Their right arms, the Devil Bringer, also known as the Arm of Sparta, and their eyes, the Rinne Sharingan, the eyes of the Rabbit Goddess, Kagaya Utsutsukbout anymore. I'd never imagined that the rumored and feared Twilight Celestials who contains the bloodlines of ancient heroes of old are actually children of the Uzumaki clan. Truly out of my expectations. But will they still take us in? After what we tried to do? Quote, Naruto, Naruko, Narumi then backflipped and landed in front of Mio and Maria while sheathing their weapons on their backs and holding out their index and middle fingers like a gun. With a blue energy forming from the tip of them. Cho-Reigun, Spirit Gun Mega. They yelled, firing 3 large beams of Raryoku exploded from their fingertips. Resulting in a large explosion of spiritual power vaporized the remaining shadow manticores. Sugoi, Mio whispered as the smoke cleared and the Uzumaki Namikaze siblings shifted out of their Devil Trigger Grade 1. So, they're after Mio, huh? Naruko suddenly said, making Mio flinch. If they are, then there will be more of them. Let's have our Cage Bunshin, shadow clones, set up some reinforced sealing wards around the manor. Naruto suggested and opened a small subdimension space pocket to pull out a large scroll with ink brushes. What about us? Maria asked with uncertainty as the siblings summoned their Cage Bunshin. We know the situation. You and Mio head back inside and do whatever, but don't leave. Despite what you tried to pull, Naruto handed the sealing tools to the Cage Bunshin, who set to work and pulled out his smartphone with the of the family photo taken a few days ago on the screen. You're still our family. Now let's not start any melodramatic moments. Come on, inside, Narumi said as she and Naruko pushed Mio and Maria back inside, with Naruto followed until he stopped. He looked over his shoulder with his Rinne Sharingan activated to glare at an individ. He sensed balanced on an electric pole with black swept back spiked hair with a mask with vein designs over his face, pointed ears, and wearing a butler-style suit. The man in question suddenly disappeared, with Naruto deactivating his dojutsu and continued glare at the spot where the apparent spy who summoned the demons was and went back inside, slamming the door behind him as the sealing wards took effect. Ending theme. Still Sis by Kaori Satohara. Konoha Zaibatsu. It has been confirmed, Danzo-sama. Naruse Mio has been taken in by the Uzumaki clan. Something tells me that they ran into the girl by chance. As of now, it'll be impossible to retrieve the girl with the Uzumaki brats so close to them now. We can still use them to observe her and act through them, Danzo-sama. Quote, it appears that convincing the young fool to possess that cursed sword in the hero tribe's village 5 years ago is soon to pay off. Do they have someone observing the girl? Yes, one Nonaka Yuki, possessor of the spirit sword Sakuya, and one of the tribe's more powerful warriors. Have Team 7 watch over her and any reinforcements the hero tribe sends. If by chance there's a fight between the Uzumaki clan and the hero tribe, have them retrieve the demon girl in the chaos, with orders not to engage any Uzumaki, no matter how much they want to prove their so-called superiority to them. It will not be that time. Yet. Hi, Danzo-sama. Also, Zolgir wishes to speak with you about the other matter. Very well. Unknown location. Yes, I have noticed a change to the observation targets surrounding. She is now with the Uzumaki clan. Understood. I will continue to monitor them. Beep. It's fine like this. Even now, I still can't predict how the village will act against them. It's too dangerous either way. I can't risk causing trouble by coming into contact with them imprudently. The summer break will end soon. They should also be transferring to the same school as the observation target. If I come into contact with them, despite the target's adoption into their clan, I need to keep them away from her. Naruko. Narumi. Naruto. Uzumaki Manor. Ah. Ha. Naruto. Ha. Please. Can't. Naruto-san. This is for Mio-sama's sake. I know what to do. Brace yourself, Mio-chan. Ah, Naruto. Oni-sama tilde. Just what the hell is going on? A while earlier, after pouring some iced tea, Naruto dug into the refrigerator, grabbed 3 large bottled root beers, and handed 2 to Naruko and Narumi. After tonight's major revelation, they needed a drink, especially Naruko and Narumi. After Naruto told them everything Kushina told him. "Why did you save us?" Maria asked from the table as Naruto set down the glass of iced tea in front of her while not answering. "Oh. Thanks for the iced tea." "You're welcome," Naruto said and took a swig of root beer along with his sisters, and raised his eye in interest as Maria drank for tea. "You're awfully trusting all of a sudden, Maria-chan. You sure you wanna drink that? How are you sure we didn't spike it with poison or anything? You wouldn't go through the trouble of saving us from those demons that attacked us, only to kill us once we've returned." Maria debunked him and set her glass down. "Your sisters were certainly unpleasant to be with, when you were learning the truth. Unpleasant, my redheaded ass. You're a succubus, and you enjoyed that little ticklish spell as well as Oni-chan spanking Mio's ass." Narumi snapped and drank more root beer. "A rather unique way to express your anger if you ask me," Maria muttered with a pouty face. "If you weren't adopted into the Uzumaki clan and had extremely hostile auras, you would have got a lot worse," Naruto said coolly and sat in front of her. "During our hostile takeover, you mentioned that the hero tribe was hypocritical. That implies that you were all connected with them at some point. What compelled you to save us?" Maria questioned. "Ka-chan explained everything to me. I relayed it to my sisters here, and now we all know," Naruto said airily and drank more root beer. "Kushina-san did. She told Narumi about your situation. She and Mito Bachan knew from the beginning." Naruko told her, surprising Maria. "Did they now? Now I see. Mito-sama has us investigated, and Kushina knew all along," Maria mused as she circled her glass. "The women of the Uzumaki are quite shrewd in their own way." "Damn straight. And you can't teach that," Naruto agreed as Naruko smacked Narumi on her backside, making her fume. "Despite what you did, we're willing to let it slide. Ba-chan and Ka-chan brought you into the clan, and that makes you family. You're lucky to have someone like me as a big brother. I protect who and what I want to protect. But I'll never leave someone to die. That's who I am, and the same goes for Naruko and Narumi." "What about the hero tribe? What was your relationship with them?" Maria questioned. 1. Daring how someone like Naruto and his family knew them. Our clan had a mutual partnership with them. Then, something happened, and we went our separate ways under bad terms," Naruko responded with a small glare as she looked out the window. "It's not our fault, by the way. The elders of the hero tribe had their heads stuck up their asses, blaming me and my best friend for something that wasn't our fault." Naruto muttered darkly and drank more root beer before looking up. "What's taking Mio so long? Mio-sama has always loved taking long baths. I just hope it will help calm her down," Maria said as she stood up from the table. "And where are you going, Maria-chan?" Narumi asked as Maria went up the staircase. "To finish unpacking. Also, just call me Maria. After all, we're your new little sisters," Maria said with a small smile. "True, but we are not of the same blood, so we call you whatever we like, Maria-chan," Naruto countered as he finished his drink. If that is what you wish." Maria sighed and went to her room. "Little sister, huh?" Naruto mused before he and his sisters gave a small burp due to swallowing air during drinking. "I'm gonna go check up on Mio. Street. Eyeing in the bath for so long isn't healthy, especially after what she's been through." "You do that. Well, RL's at Uzu Island to tell them what's going on. Hopefully, we'll also get some backup as well," Naruko said, with Naruto waving in acknowledgement as he went upstairs. Opening theme. Blade of Hope by Sweet ARMS. Uzumaki Mansion. Mio rose out of the bath after a long time and stepped out. When she went to dry herself, she flinched as she remembered the battles she had with the lesser demons and compared them to the battle Naruto and his sisters had with them. "Maria's been teaching me how to use magic for 6 months now. And while I barely survived my encounters, Naruto, Naruko, and Narumi fought them and made it look easy. Child's play. Like they're done it before. How long have they been fighting like that? If they had kicked me and Maria out, I would have been dead. And that power they wielded." She shivered when remembering that huge blast made by the siblings' spirit. Gun Mega that vaporized the demons coming after her, and the massive power she sensed from it. The mere memory chills me to the bone. Naruto, Naruko, Narumi. What are you all? Your power frightens me. I'm helpless in the face of it. You have nothing to worry about. Mio gasped and turned to the door, only to find it still closed, realizing that Naruto's voice was on the other side and coming through the door. You're not on that side of it after all. Naruto continued as he leaned on the wall near the bathroom with his arms folded. We need to talk. Got a minute? Mio didn't say a NY thing as she wrapped a towel after her busty frame. Let me be the first say, I'm sorry. Naruto said, catching Mio off guard. Why are you apologizing? Well, you know, for this and that. My sisters and I really jumped the gun. Letting our tempers get the best of us and saying things without getting the whole story first. But the mere facts that you did something to our mom wiped away all rational thoughts. So again, sorry about that, savvy. Mio blushed at Naruto's thoughtfulness, but still. Don't, she started to say before her vision started to blur. Mio. Naruto turned his head towards the door and frowned. Concerned about her pause, before he heard a loud thud. What? He muttered, summoning the double-barrel revolver Blue Rose in case there was an enemy. Blue Rose. He Russ. Head into the room to find Mio sprawled on the ground, barely conscious with her towel luckily still covering her private areas. Ah hell. Mio. Dismissing Blue Rose, he rushed forward to help her up. As he did, he eyed Mio's curvy form hidden beneath her towel. When he did, he felt the uncharacteristic urge to claim her body right here, and promptly squashed it. The full moon has quite the effect on not only Naruto, but his biological sisters as well. Despite the seals restricting the full extent of their power, they gained increased power and their senses heightened, though the latter is only active when their power is unsealed. But the former was shown when Naruto, Naruko, and Narumi obliterated the demon horde with a spirit gun mega. Another effect was the increased libido and lustful hots that can only be squashed in the heat of battle. The original plan before the Narumi sisters' takeover was eating with them and putting them to bed before going out to exterminate the lesser demons that prowl the night. But now, after what happened, that plan was put on the back burner. I'm fine, Mio mumbled as she recovered. Long baths may be relaxing, but it can get dangerous if you stay in for so long. Naruto chided before saying jokingly, I mean, one time Narumi oi. He snapped when Mio slapped his hands away. If anyone should be apologizing, it should be me and Maria. Mio snapped back, we deceived you. Naruto rolled his eyes at the attempt of melodrama, so. We didn't tell you who we really were either, so we're even. But we tried to drive you and your family out of the mansion now. The hard way. You could have used all of your demonic power to pull off that feat, yet you didn't. Naruto pointed out after flicking her between the eyes to shut her up, but instead. You tried to pull it off in a way that wouldn't hurt us, hence the attempted memory alteration. That's because we didn't want any of you involved. Mio admitted, not looking at Naruto, who as successfully keeping his eyes above her neckline and not at the droplets of water dripping from her curves, especially after the first time we met. You didn't want you or your family hurt. I'm glad that bond from that one day we all spent together as kids didn't fade. Naruto said, smiling, causing Mio to blush and pull her towel up more. That meant that you wanted to protect us. I'm touched. But still, you don't have to do that. As Uzumaki, we're more than capable of handling ourselves, so you don't have to protect us. Instead, let us do the favor in protecting you. I'm not doing T.S. out of obligation for Mito Bachan or Kushina Kachan. I'm now protecting you because I want to protect you. I can speak for Naruko and Narumi since they feel the same way. Why are you doing? Mio stuttered as Naruto pulled her up to a vertical base. Hey. We're family now. But now you'll constantly be in danger because of me. Mio protested before Naruto smacked her on the back of her head, causing it to push forward into his chest in a manner that echoed the stupidity of her thinking. Eek. Before she could retaliate and further embarrass herself by losing her towel to the floor. Naruto put a hand her head and gently ruffled it. The people that you want to spend time with and protect are your family. Naruto said with a foxy smile, and boy did that sound cheesy, but it's true. he added and sighed, causing Mio to look at him, blinking, before finally giggling at his attempt to break the ice between them. You can be amusing when you want to be, Naruto. Why, thank you Madam Red. I try to be, Naruto replied with a mock and courteous bow, with Mio gaining a small tick mark at the nickname. Oh yeah, you two look like you're getting along very well, Maria noted, suddenly appearing at the doorway. What are you saying, Maria? Naruto and I are not really, Mio protested, flustered and embarrassed. Really what? I thought we were having a moment. A truly genuine moment showing our sibling love, Naruto said, feigning hurt, but with a smile. But that's good to see since Naruto-san will be guarding you from now on. Especially since he's also quite strong, Maria commented, happily, recalling the surge of Naruto's power when he and his sisters fought them and the lesser demons. That I am, and you two will also learn to harness the full potential of your abilities, Naruto said, and elaborated due to Mio and Maria's confused faces. While you two are strong with your own right, you can get better, and you will get better. We take protecting you two very seriously. But there will be times that neither me, Naruto, and Narumi won't always be around. What does that mean? Maria inquired, wondering what Naruto was getting at. While we're protecting you, we'll also be training you in your areas of expertise, expanding on it. Maria, that attack of yours can take down a normal human and a variety of lesser demons, but it'll only be an annoyance to Grey Chair demons and Demon Lord class opponents. Also, you likely won't be very effective in seducing demons of that level either if your tricks can't even faze me, Naruto said, causing Maria to sigh. That's because magic isn't my strong suit. It's only meant to catch my opponents off guard or distract them. I may not look the part, but I have what you call superhuman strength, Maria explained, raising a fist with her hand on her arm. As in, tearing the ground apart and throwing them like boulders, super strength. Naruto asked, intrigued. Exactly. As for Mio-sama, her strong suit is magic. And I've been training her to the best of my ability, Maria remarked. Well then, you don't mind if you girls give me and my sisters a demonstration tomorrow? So we can gauge your abilities, which will give us an idea on how to train you, Naruto said, with fine by me. As long you know what you're doing. Mio agreed hesitantly. As someone who trained myself while abusing the time dilation in my mindscape and a separate pocket dimension, you can be well assured that I know exactly what I am when it comes to help you gain combat experience, Naruto said and walked away. Now dry yourself off and get dressed before you catch a cold. We witnessed what they can do. We can benefit from this, Mio-sama, Maria told her charge, but Mio didn't respond as she went to her room, her mind still trying process everything that happened an hour ago, Mio-sama. Meanwhile, Naruto arrived back downstairs, his mind going over numerous factors on protection detail and how to handle the threat of the hostile unknown demon lord and his followers who are after Mio and the power she hold within. As he thought about his first move to discover what kind of demon lord he's dealing with, Naruto and Urumi beckoned to him from the living room. What do we got? Naruto asked, in a manner that reminded them of an old-school NCIS officer back in the States who's Mito's best friend. I just got off the phone with Mito Bachan. Spiral Corp's version of Jarvis is currently being uploading into the mansion's mainframe and will be online by tomorrow morning. Plus, there's the slight possibility of us getting backup should we require it. No doubt in the form of Satsuki-chan, Sakuya-chan, Hinata-chan, Habana-chan Ino-chan, Nia-chan, and Orihime-chan. And it might not be just them too, he. Naruto reported with a perverted smirk at the last part. Keep your mind clean, sis. Narumi grumbled while fidgeting. You know tonight's the full moon. You know what that does to us if we're not thinking of everything else. Perverted talk like that doesn't help. Any idea who the other choice of backup will be? Naruto sighed, grumbling mentally about the 50-50 chance of increased female presence. The rest are part of the internship Spiral Corp has for Uzushio Academy students, and let's just say that some of them had a run-in with the Hager Yusha and leave it at that. Naruto stated, with Naruto nodding. Know who they are? Oh yeah, they'll almost be maids of the mansion as well. Oh joy, Narumi muttered sarcastically, since they can do their own housework with shadow clones. And how is Akatsuki these days? Still stealing the underwear of girls that dare antagonize him? Naruto asked and laughed, shaking his head. Akatsuki, not intentionally named after the terrorist organization based out of Konoha Zaibatsu. Spiral Corporation's competitor is exactly what his title is, a Hager Yusha, aka Rogue Hero. He's traveled to many worlds, saving them, while pissing off factions that are both good and evil. Luckily, he is contracted with Spiral Corp, but he's a bit of a maverick, a wildcard, but knows not to piss off this employers. Pretty much, Naruto confirmed with amusement. Speaking of girls, we finally know one of missions that Ka-chan, Naruhini-chan, and Naruna are taking. They're trying to locate Miu-chan, Mio's best friend forever, and the second girl we bonded with alongside her. Naruto remarked, remembering said girl. While Mio is a redhead, Miu was a pinkett with pigtails, and like Mio, is also the daughter of a demon lord who previously held the title of Demon King until Raizen took over. They were as close as sisters, a fact that Naruto, Naruko, and Narumi can confirm. On a side note, Miu's mother was a dark elf. It seemed that Makai was in something of a full-blown civil war after Wilbert's death, with any and all takers trying to take control. The alliance of Sparta and Raizen seems to be the strongest at the moment, so things are somewhat settled. However, it is a shaky situation regardless. Any news on her parents? Naruto asked, with Naruko looking crestfallen. Gallius is dead, as well as Miu's mother before that, who was killed by a human a year after we met Mio-chan and Miu-chan. She was taken into an orphanage run by a demon couple who both served Wilbert, the same couple who became Mio's personal guardians. Miu and Mio then reunited when the couple became their personal guardians. When they were killed, Mio of course was found by Maria, but Miu went missing, Naruko explained and bit her thumbnail. Missing, Naruto repeated, define missing. As in missing with no trace of where she is or who took her. Damn it, it really was a bad idea for Ka-chan to introduce us to Gibbs-san during their investigation here in Japan. Anyway, during their Ronin tenure, Mio and Maria looked everywhere for her, but no dice. No doubt she's been kidnapped, possibly either by the same demon lord who's after Mio, or the asshole who killed Mio's adoptive parents. Naruko said, with Naruto growling. So many variables. I have a bad feeling about this, he muttered as he looked out the window. You and me both, Oni-chan. But right now, we need to focus on Mio and Maria, and leave Miu-chan to the others. Narumi said, with her siblings agreeing. From now on, we leave our senses unsealed. Surprises may be fun and amusing, but I would rather avoid unpleasant ones, and this situation seems full of them. Naruto commented, with Naruko and Narumi agreeing. Kushina-san is looking for Miu-sama. The three siblings looked to see Mio and Maria coming downstairs, with the former dressed in a yellow top and blue short shorts. Exactly what you heard, so don't worry about it, Naruto said calmly as they arrived in the living room. So Miu-chan's still alive after all. Where is Kushina-chan searching for her? Mio inquired urgently, going over to lean over Naruto. In Makai, the demon world. Leave it to them. They should have Miu within the month. Maybe sooner, Naruto assured her airily, with Mio looking relived. We'll leave it to you. I'm also happy that you call in backup. Like I said to Mio-sama, we need every ally we can get. Maria said, our clan is a good start, so you're good. Narumi said with a thumbs up. Anyway, what are you doing still up? Naruto asked as he jumped and landed back first onto the couch. I've been thinking ever since you mentioned that you all might not always be around. With things the way they are now, all of you will end up getting separated for some reason, and you all will have to be the ones to rush over. Maria said seriously. That's true, but I doubt there's magic that could perfectly locate sometime or rival our sense. Naruko pointed out, what if air is a way to detect the whereabouts of a specific person? And with that in mind, I need something from you, Naruto-san. Maria said teasingly, pointing at the reddish-blonde Uzumaki. Naruto raised his eyebrow, Naruko blinked twice, and Narumi tilted her head cutely. Oro. The next thing they knew, the lights in the living room were dimmed and Naruto found himself standing in a glowing magic circle with Mio and Maria. with Naruto and Narumi standing outside it with her Rinne Sharingan active, analyzing the magic circle with intrigue. Maria, I don't like the looks of this one bit. Hat the hell are you signing me up for here? A seemingly annoyed-looking Naruto asked, putting his senses on high alert, which thankfully is squashing his lustful urges. The master-servant pact magic. I need you and Mio-sama to form a master-servant contract. Maria replied with a straight face. Before I say, hell no, please explain, Naruto said in a strained even voice, his hand twitching as if to summon Minato. Why the hell should me and Mio form a contract of this nature? Calm down, Naruto-san. It'll only be in name and a formality in the end. Being bound together by a pact will allow you to sense each other. Then, since you will always know where Mio-sama is, you'll be better able to protect her. The people whose souls are united by this contract will be aware of each other's locations. Maria explained, with Naruto looking insulted. Aside from a cell phone GPS, I have a lock on her scent and aura, so I can find her everywhere. Naruto started with strained anger. What would you do if sanctioned? Or your senses are suddenly impaired by the enemy? Then how you find her if our enemies cornered her? Maria ranted, drawing closer to Naruto's face with each sentence. Which proved to be a mistake as Naruto put her head in a vice grip with one hand. Ow 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 ow. Ow, you would do well not to underestimate me like you did last time, Maria. Naruto stated warningly, increasing the pressure of his vice grip with each word. Then have this contract as a backup, please. Maria begged in pain, with Naruto frowning. Considering his state, as well as his sisters on a night with a new moon thanks to their bloodline from Inu no Teisho that interacts with their human blood, she does have a point. Fine. He relented and let go of Maria's head, much to her relief. I'm not underestimating you, Naruto-san, but I do exercise constant vigilance. Besides, this contract can only be made on the night of a full moon, which happens to be tonight. Maria said and pointed up. We can't miss this chance. This opportunity. Naruto rolled his eyes and looked at Mio. What about you, Mio? What's your take? You really want your soul magically bonded with mine? I'm fine with it, Mio said as he looked down, before looking back up at Naruto. Naruto, you don't want to do it with me? She said in an unintentional cute voice. The look she was giving was also unbearably cute, borderlining the dreaded puppy dog-eyed jutsu, but nonetheless, Naruto caved. Well, I don't mind, as long as you don't abuse this. Naruto replied with one eye closed while glancing at Naruto and Narumi, who both shrugged and gave him a look that said, just go with it. I won't. It's just to know each other's whereabouts, Mio said, with Naruto nodding, accepting the offer. Then it's settled, Maria said and lifted Mio's hand. This will be her first magical contract, so I'll be supporting her. Please use my magic and chant the spell. Okay, Mio said and closed her eyes. The pact will be sealed when you kiss the magic circle that forms on the back of Mio-sama's hand. Maria explained to Naruto, who nodded in confirmation as Mio muttered the required spell in a different language. Like the knights of old and the royal families of Europe. Understood, Naruto said, and prepared to walk over to Mio and take a knee when he felt something tingling on the back of his right hand. Upon inspection, he noticed a glowing green magic circle on it, much to his confusion and concern. Wasn't it supposed to appear on the back of Mio's hand? Oi, Naruto said slowly, the magic circle appeared on my hand. Is this part of the ritual? Mio opened her eyes and looked surprised, while the others noticed a shadow of a grin on Maria's face, increasing their concerns. Apparently, Mio noticed too and grabbed Maria by the shoulders. Oi Maria, what's the meaning of this? She demanded as she shook Maria frantically. That's strange. Did I make a mistake somewhere? Maria wondered, smiling nervously like a cat and sounding like she was playing dumb as she scratched the side of his face before Mio started her again. What are we going to do now? Mio asked frantically as she sounded panicked, and relented on shaking Maria so she could answer. Our original goal was to let each of you know where each other is, so it doesn't matter who's master or servant in his case, so Mio-sama. If you'd just kiss Naruto-san's hand, a sweating Maria tried to quickly request Mio, who now looked horrified. Are you kidding me? Why do I have to be his slave? Mio screeched, shaking really badly. I thought we were talking about servants and not slaves here, Naruto said, sweat dropping before turning to his sisters, who were watching with amusement. What happened? Apparently what Maria was going to give Mio, she switched at the last second and sneakily transferred the seal to you. Then again, I guess that was her intention this whole time considering who we are, Naruto noted as she and Narumi deactivated their dojutsu. But the power she used does seem familiar, Narumi added before noticing Naruto's hand, like Mori the seal. Naruto looked and saw it was flashing. Maria. Be quiet, Naruto, Mio commanded angrily, but Naruto ignored her, his attention on Maria. Maria, the magic circle here appears to be fading. Is this some kind of cue for something? Naruto asked, with Maria going wide-eyed with horror herself. This isn't good. Mio-sama, you need to kiss Naruto-san's hand already. Just do it, Maria urged her charge. But, Mio protested, looking unsure. We can fix it during the next full moon. For the time being, smooch it. The next full moon. But, Mio-sama, please. It disappeared. Naruto suddenly spoke up, showing the back of his hand that was void of any magic seal. Ah-cha! Maria moaned and sank to her knees, sighing, as if she knew that was going to happen next. This isn't good. Well, that was a thing. Naruto joked and was not happy that his time was wasted like this. A complete waste of time if you ask me. Narumi grumbled and yawned until Mio suddenly froze up, shaking. What's happening, Mio? Naruto asked before seeing a purple choker-like mark around her neck with a heart in the middle. No way, Mio said, sinking down into the floor, continuing to shiver as her cheeks gained a hint of red. No, now what? What's wrong with you? You're not cold, are you? Narumi asked as Naruto went over to Mio. Oi Mio, are you alright? What's wrong? He asked and put a hand on her shoulder. And not expecting what would happen next. Hi on Tilda, Mio cried out the instant Naruto touched her, causing him to quickly withdraw. What's going on? Narumi asked frantically as Mio collapsed completely to the floor. Not good. The curse is starting to take effect, Maria said before flinching at her unintentional outburst. Curse. Naruto, Naruko, and Narumi rounded on Maria, who put both hands to her mouth, but it was too late. Oops, Maria squeaked before Naruto put his hand under her arms and lifted her up so she was eye level with him. Care to explain, Maria-chan? He asked menacingly with a smile and closed eyes that were not. All of the details are welcome too. Too close, Naruto-san, Maria laughed nervously as a miasma-like aura surrounded him, causing her to explain. The truth is, knowing each other's whereabouts is only a side effect of the master-servant pact magic. The original purpose of this contract is meant to enforce the servant's loyalty. So if they try to rebel against their master, the curse is activated as a punishment. Since Mio-sama refused the kiss of devotion, this is no doubt her curse, right? Naruko finished for her as she attempted to examine Mio, who was breathing heavily with her arm under her bust and her other arm between her legs, without touching her, as Naruto put Maria down. And because you're a succubus. Despite your appearance, Naruto said, realizing why Mio was badly reacting to what's happening to her body. You're not sorry at all. Naruto and Narumi yelled at her, spotting the oblivious lie since there was not regret in Maria's voice. Wasn't the contract supposed to fail in the first place when Mio didn't perform the kiss? Naruto questioned, frowning. No, the contract magic already had begun when we were chanting the spell. Like I said, refusing to perform the kiss of devotion was regarded as an act of disloyalty, thus the curse activated. I've never heard of that. Please just hurry up, and save me. Mio squeaked out, trying to fight against the pleasure, with her body motion not helping. Erotic. Her audience all thought as one. Isn't there anything we can do? Naruto asked while trying to keep his demonic urges at bay, with Mio's erotic vulnerable state not helping. Rest assured, there is a way. Once the servant submits to her master, the effects of the curse will dissipate, Maria said, with Naruko and Narumi flinching themselves. In other words, Yoma obey. By submit and obey, you mean, Naruto started slowly and looked at Mio. It's simple. Just touch Mio-sama. Maria replied brightly. Right now, the aphrodisiac effects of the curse are heightening Mio-sama's senses. She's experiencing arousal like never before, so in short, if you caress her body, she'll obediently swear fealty to you by choice. Hey, Maria, what are you try? Please bear this agony a little longer, Mio-sama. Naruto-san will no doubt relieve you soon. Maria assured her as she bent over her and grinned. I definitely didn't do this just to see your face as you're caught in the throes of ecstasy, Mio-sama. You totally did. Naruto and Narumi both thought in a deadpan voice, and sweat dropped along with Naruto at Mere half grin, and you're not even guilty about it. Naruto-san. Carcass Mio-sama's most sensitive parts to relieve her. Maria requested, presenting her to Naruto. You must hurry. Her agony will only continue to grow the longer you stall, and if you wait too long, Mio-sama will ascend to heaven in more ways than one. Maria urged Naruto, who face-faulted. A demon ascending to heaven itself. Yeah, like that'll ever happen, Ibeo. Naruto yelled as he sprang back up. But if you want my suggestion, tease her little by little. I personally would prefer it that way, Maria said sneakily with Naruto sighing. Maria looking surprised for a moment and looked at Naruto and Narumi, who both nodded. With Naruto giving sultry smile and Narumi giving a cheesy one coupled with the peace sign, before grinning again. This then works out perfectly. You know exactly to make Mio-sama submit and save her from this pleasurable hell. Maria said excitedly with Naruto nodding. So you're going to do it? Yes, Naruto said, walking forward and bending down to one knee in front of the Naruse sisters. Maria, deciding to trust her new surrogate older brother with handling Mio, decided to watch from the sidelines and not interfere, and instead enjoy the show. Warning. Erotic content ahead. Naruto x Mio x Naruto x Narumi citrus. Just in case I won't be able to hold myself back when Narumi claims Mio. Naruto whispered in her little sister's ear and dragged her over to the couch chair. Eki. Narumi mumbled and grabbed Naruto's wrist to stop her. Save the energy for dealing with Mio. Oni-chan knows what he's doing, but no doubt he'll need our assistance with her. Meanwhile, Mio saw Naruto in front of her and breathed out, No. Stay away, Baka. If you do anything weird, I'll kill you 100 times over, aha. See, Narumi pointed at her, with Naruto groaning and letting up. Sorry, but considering your current state, you won't be able to kill me a quarter of the way. It is inevitable, so brace yourself, Mio-chan. Time seemed to slow down, at least for Mio anyway, as Naruto reached out for Mio and gently gripped her arms. Fuon. Mio cried out as her body jerked and shivered, her skin feeling hot in Naruto's hand. Well, feels like I don't have to warm you up. You're just as hot as your body, Naruto remarked and straddled Mio's legs. He then went to work, moving from her arms to her stomach, rubbing and massaging it with his thumbs over her clothes. Naruto and his sisters noted that the succubus-style curse inflicted upon Mio was pretty strong, because she was letting out erotic moans and pants as Naruto caressed her now hypersensitive busty frame. Looks like I found it. Mio-chan, your weak point. Fun fact, Mio-chan, our big brother loves big boobs. Naruto said over Naruto's shoulder with a cat-like grin. And whose fault is that? Naruto asked amusingly with a fanged grin at his twin. Almost every single girl in your life. Narumi deadpanned as she took a relaxed position next to Mio with her head propped against her hand. Now, I believe that you were about to lay siege upon Mio-chan and make her submit, Oni-chan. Quote. Naruto nodded and traced the tip of his finger on the thigh of Mio, who looked on as she breathed heavily. And no. What should I do? Mio moaned out as she tried to resist further, but was failing as Naruto's hand drew closer to her weak point. At this rate, Mio squirmed under him and his ministrations. And just as she realized that she was feeling pleasure that her body was trying to get her mind to welcome, with the magic circle around them turned from yellow to pink. Naruto then leaned forward and whispered sweet somethings into Mio's ear, how everything going to be okay, and the sooner she submits, the sooner she can make Maria pay. The last part the reddish blonde made sure Maria didn't hear, as Mio felt her loins suddenly tingling. No, if this continues, I'm gonna. Mio managed to get out as she tried to prevent the pleasure from clouding her mind. Now that won't do, Mio-chan. Naruto chided as she shifted both Mio and their brother so that she can sit on the couch with the rest of her siblings, and put Mio's head on her lap, with her hands holding the sides of Mio's head. If my guess is correct about fulfilling the master-servant contract, you have to let Naruni relieve you of the effect of the succubus curse. Remember, despite what Maria did, that action was of your own making in opposing the contract. If you want my advice, look into the eyes of your new master with the same love he has for you as family. And soon, it'll become something even more. As if Naruto's words had a hypnotic effect on her, Mio looked up at Naruto, absorbing her words before looking up at Naruto. Those sincere and gentle look in his blue eyes has such a powerful aura to them that she couldn't help but be enchanted by them. Master, my master, Naruto, my Oni-chan, is my master now. Mio murmured, with her heart sang with joy at the admission, and was about finally accept and submit to Naruto. When unfortunately, the last remnants of her pride and reasoning made a last-ditch comeback as she closed her eyes and turned away. No way. I can't. Such a thing. Mio-sama. Maria groaned and semi-facepalmed, slightly fearing what her continued resistance was going to get her. Naruto pinched the bridge of this nose, Naruto sighed loudly, and Narumi just shook her head. I was going easy on you, hoping to end this before my amplified demonic instincts took over thanks to the full moon. Naruto said, closing his eyes before opening them, showing he was Arius as his aura flared and his eyes turned red with slits. Now, I won't be able to hold back, therefore doing it the hard way. Sorry, Mio. Naruto blinked, surprised at her outburst, and adopted a teasing grin as he leaned into a shocked Mio. Oh tilde. Era, Naruto said, as she stroked her cheek. No way. Why? Mio thought frantically, her face turning red. It was then that Mio realized the feeling she wasn't aware of. Ever since he defended her when the lesser demons came after her. She always wanted to call Naruto Oni-chan. Hell, when she first remembered him, but her pride prevented her from doing so. While her own demonic instincts weren't as bad as the Naru siblings on the full moon, they were now synchronizing with Naruto's demonic alpha aura, allowing her to do so. Mio-chan. You want to get better. Right, then keep your eyes on your new master. Naruto chided her and kept her looking at Naruto. Mio. Oni-chan. Hyon. As Naruto moved his fingers around the demon heiress's areolas, Narumi was active as she sneakily pulled Mio's short shorts and panties off, revealing her glistening womanhood. Once that was accomplished, she moved behind our brother and gripped the bulge in Naruto's boxers, drawing Mio's attention. That's, Mio thought as Narumi's finger unbuttoned Naruto's boxers and pulled out his 10-inch rock-hard erection, so big. In the back of Mio's mind, when Mio first saw the budge, she thought it was just an appearance to make Naruto's manhood look impressive. Boy, was she wrong. Soon, she'll get her chance. In her other form that Naruto will no doubt prefer, and look on his face once he laid his eyes upon it. As she rode the wave of her orgasm, she fell to the side and landed backfirst onto the sofa, twitching. Oh, wow. Now answer truthfully, Mio-chan. Did you enjoy that? Naruto asked as he tasted Mio's fluids on his hand before his other sisters pounced on it. Oishi wa, delicious. Naruto said sensually as she and Narumi sucked on Naruto's fingers. Sorry if my actions were too soon, but considering this curse and the effect the full moon has on us, Naruto said sympathetical. Lian looked at her neck to find the curse still active. Looks like it affecting you too, so brace yourself. Oni-chan. No way. Already. Maria squealed, watching as Naruto slowly inserted his rod into Mio. Mio cried out, and only wailed louder since Naruto penetrated her barrier, and held onto him as she got used to his size. It hurts. Don't worry your pretty little red head of yours. The pain will soon go away to be replaced by pleasure. Narumi cooed as Mio whimpered. Soon Naruto started to move, and true to Narumi's word, the pain vanished as Naruto thrust into her, and Mio moaned loudly. Mio-chan, Naruto grunted out in a warning tone as he speed up his thrusts. It's so warm, Mio thought as she tasted the strands that landed in her mouth. It's a bit bitter, but sweet. And as much as Mio wants to deny it, she was enjoying it too much. Oni-chan, Oni-chan, Oni-chan. Sometime later. That was mean. Putting her under a Tsukuyomi-style genjutsu. Naruto said, looking over at Mio as she wiped her body of her brother's semen. Naruto just shrugged as he stroked Mio's hair. She's not ready yet. The curse was finally over as a completely exhausted Mio was left lying on the couch, trying to catch her breath, while the others cleaned the area of love fluids that was all other the place. Naruto and his sisters meanwhile, were sated in terms of the night of the full moon affecting their libidos, especially after Naruto, Naruko, and Narumi screwed each other senseless. And due to the new bond Naruto and Mio had, it influenced the genjutsu Mio was under, allowing her to feel not only what Naruto was feeling, but Naruko and Narumi as well due to their own bonds with Naruto. Oi, Maria, why the hell didn't you mention the curse and its effects from the start? Naruto questioned with narrowed eyes. Because you were finally invested in helping Mio-sama. I needed to make sure you wouldn't change your mind. It's the truth that the contract can't be annulled. So I thought there wouldn't be a problem. I'm sorry. I see. Is that right? Naruto mumbled and sighed. Huh, you're not mad? Maria asked in surprise. I expected you to lecture me until the morning. Sorry to disappoint you, but right now, that's not my part. Mio will no doubt be pissed at me for who knows how long. But considering that you started this, well. At the same time Naruto jerked his thumb to motion behind her, Maria's head was firmly grabbed from behind like a clamp, and Maria fearfully sweated, knowing who it was and who Naruto meant. Maria, we need to talk. Keeping Maria's head in a firm, vice-like grip, a limping Mio dragged Maria away by it. When she reached the door, she turned to look at Naruto. When their eyes met, Mio blushed like crazy. Before quickly leaving with Maria in tow. Mio-sama, my head. You're hurting my head. I didn't mean to do it. Maria cried out as Mio dragged her upstairs. Oh, dear, Naruto said with a weak smile. Naruto and Narumi sighed at the sounds of things being broken and knocked over, followed by Maria's screaming. That's hurts. It's too much, Mio-sama. You're breaking me. The end of summer vacation, a week later. Are you serious about transferring to my school? 4 out of the 5 residents of the Uzumaki mansion were wearing their new school uniform. For Naruto, he was wearing black NCH coat with a medium-high collar over a white dress shirt, a black headband with a red Uzushio symbol, black mid-baggy slacks with a belt, and red and black shoes. For Naruko, Narumi, and Mio, they were wearing a white shirt with a black collar and cuffs that both have white stripes with an orange tie hanging from the ends of their collars, sewn in lower than the edges, and a short, black skirt with a white stripe, long black socks, and maroon shoes. It was already arranged by Mito-bachan and Kushina-chan as part of guarding you. They've already gone through the formalities. Besides, why are you asking? Do you want us to go to a different school? The contract we made would mean squat TT Ibeo. Naruto said as he finished tying his shoes and straightening out his new school uniform. That's right, you two are finally able to ascertain each other's location thanks to my idea. You need to make good use of it, Maria said smugly while licking an ice pop. She then sweated when Naruto, Naruko, Narumi, and Mio glared menacing at her, due to her being the reason that Naruto and Mio were stuck in the master-servant contract, and opted not to lock eyes with them. After that fateful night, there's been an air of awkwardness between Naruto and Mio's demonic mating genjutsu that relieved the latter of the curse's side effects. Thankfully, that ended once he got her back in her regular mood. How? Dyeing her hair and skin white while dousing her underwear and socks with itching powder tends to do that. Have a good day, sirs and madams. The electronic voice of Jarvis, who was uploaded into the mansion, said to the departing group. Jarvis. Not the Stark version. The walk to the main road to Mio's school wasn't that long. The day before, Naruto, Naruko and Narumi scouted ahead to G. At a layout of the school when it was empty before going on their usual devil hunter outings. It looked to be a fairly normal school, and thankfully not as big as Whirlpool Academy. Everything was mapped in their heads from the gates, entrances, emergency exits, stairwells, rooms, and hallways. As soon as they got to the main road, Maria broke away from them. Well then, I'll be on hand nearby. Thanks. Be careful not to wander too far, or Child Protective Services will get involved. Naruto warned the lowly succubus, who didn't look or sounded worried. Coo. Don't worry about me, Naruto-san. I have this, she said, pulling out a license. A fake license. Narumi deadpanned before blinking, yet, it's not. That's right, Mito-san had this commissioned for me. It would be an issue since I look underage, but with this, I can go wherever I want, even on weekday mornings. Maria declared with a smug smile. Naruto chuckled and patted Maria's head. Well, have fun with that. Come on girls. To school. Have a good day Tilda. Maria called out to them as they walked in the direction to the school. Hijirigazaka Academy. Geez, summer break just ended. You didn't have to go out of your way to transfer to our school. Mio mumbled as they headed to the shoe locker area. We have already had this talk the last time we spoke about our transfer to your school, which was this morning. She's out of our hands since Kushina Kachan submitted the paperwork. Naruto shot back in an irritable tone. Not only that, but she knows someone at this school too. She does. Who? Mio asked, stopping. Who knows? Naruto shrugged as she and her biological siblings walked past her. To be honest, Naruto and his sisters don't even need to go to school. They're some of the most brightest and intelligent students in all of Japan due to their high IQ. Because of that, they, along with a select group of students from other different schools, are recognized as special students by Japan's Ministry of Education, and have quite the future ahead of them. Also, being part of an elite group of student comes with some perks too, but that's for another time. They found their assigned lockers, which was coincidentally right next to each other's. The faculty rooms that way, Mio said, pointing in the direction, not knowing that Naruto and his sisters knew that, but Mio didn't need to know that. Listen, Denkei. We have better things to besides guarding your ass, than to cling to you like little lost children. Naruto retorted as he made his way to the faculty room, ignoring Mio's steaming glare. Don't worry, as agreed, no one will know you live with us Tebana. Naruto said casually as she followed after Naruto. Unless you blurt it out, Tsunere. Narumi added with a snigger as she followed her siblings. Wa I am not a Tsunere. Mio shouted after them, waving her arms angrily. You totally are, they countered in a deadpan style, leaving Mio fuming before she turned on her heel and stormed off. Yesterday, they all agreed that nobody should know Mio is living with the Uzumaki as a safety caution. Sure, the school will be filled to the brim with normal people, but appearances can be deceiving most of the time. Who knows if there are representatives of the demon clan and or the hero tribe enrolled in the school to observe Mio. It's also the reason why Naruse Mio is till in the school records instead of Naruse Uzumaki Mio. It's so fun to tease her. Naruto mused. As long as she herself doesn't say anything stupid to activate the curse. Naruto said, with his sisters agreed. As Maria's words came to mind. The master-servant contract is predicated on mutual trust. So even if the servant acts insubordinately, if she is motivated by her master's interest, the curse will not activate. The curse only activates when the servant either acts with the intent to betray her master, or her thoughts stray out of the bounds of her master's own interests. Quote, troublesome, Naruto mumbled, as he and his sisters entered the faculty room to meet their homeroom teacher. I'm Sakazaki Mamoru, your homeroom teacher. Nice to meet you, Uzumaki Tachi. Mamoru Sakazaki, everyone's favorite homeroom teacher. A normal human. He checks out. Thanks. Naruto greeted as he and his sisters shook their enthusiastic teacher's hand. Aside from guarding Mio, this new school life might not be so bad after all. Classroom 1B. In the same class. Quote, when it comes to school, Naruto and Naruko are a year ahead of Narumi, so they can't be blamed for being dumbfounded when they were assigned to a first-year class. Hugh synchronized eye-twitching when they found a familiar face in their class. Ka-chan. The three Uzumaki thought as one, their minds cycling through errant forms of payback upon Kushina when they saw Mio. Everyone, please get along with your new transfer students from Whirlpool Academy. Uzumaki Tachi, a self-introduction if you will. Sakazaki instructed them after they finished writing their names on the boards, and turned to find the boys except for one with a magazine on his head admiring Naruto and Narumi, and the girls except for Mioe. A certain blue-haired girl admiring Naruto. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. My sisters and I may be related to the Spiral Corp, but we're quite normal. Pleased to meet you, and here's to a wonderful next few years. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and yes, Naruto and I are twins. We can be quite pleasant once you get to know us. Nice to meet you. I'm Uzumaki Narumi. I'm a year younger than my twin siblings here, but we might as well be triplets. Hope we can get along. After they bowed courteously, Sakazaki motioned to them to catch their attention. You three can use the empty seats on this side of the room. Also, Nonaka is the class representative, and she'll be showing you around. She'll be looking after you three until you can find your bearings. She looks awfully familiar, Naruto thought, eyeing the exotic blue hair. With Naruto and Narumi thinking along the same lines, and question marks floated above their heads when Nonaka stared back at them, just as the school bell rang. Everyone, line up in the corridor. We're heading to the gymnasium for the entrance ceremony. Sakazaki instructed, and left the classroom to wait for his students. Ah, good old entrance ceremonies. I wonder how we'll have to live through before we're free from the curse of school Mito Bachan set on us. Naruto wondered sarcastically under his breath. The reason Naruto and his school were instructed to go to school in the first place was to build their social and interaction skills due to their antisocial behavior when they were still little brats, and it worked like a charm, with the consequence being Naruto building social links with most of the girls he knows, resulting in the harem he has back at Uzu Island. Naruto, Naruko, Narumi. The three Uzumaki looked over their shoulders to find Nonaka, and turned to face her. Class representative, is it just me, or do we know each OT? Naruto asked point blank before he getting cut off as Nonaka suddenly stepped into his personal space and hugged him close. Oro. Naruko and Narumi blinked as the other students who didn't line up yet made noises of shock. WHWHWH, what are you two doing? Mio asked loudly, with a tint of red on her face. Your guess is as good as mine. Naruto deadpanned before turning to Nonaka and put his hands on her shoulder when she didn't let go. I guess you're the hugging type when it comes to meeting new fellow students. Naruto, have you really forgotten me? Blue eyes met yellow eyes as the former looked deeply into the latter. As Naruto looked closely at her and sniffed her scent, an image of a girl from 5 years ago overlapped with the girl in front him with the same yellow eyes, and blue hair and style sans for the braid, allowing Naruto to finally recognize her and smile. Yuki Nonaka, childhood friend. Oh man, hard to believe I didn't recognize you at first sight. Then again, it's been 5 years since we last laid eyes on each other, Yuki-chan. Naruto said and returned the hug with Naruko and Narumi joining in. Sorry we didn't recognize you. Of course we wouldn't since you filled out like we did. Naruko said and rubbed her whiskered-marked cheek into Yuki's own. Long time no see. You don't call. You don't write. Wish you could have sent letters like we did. Narumi said as she lightly pulled Yuki's other cheek. Sorry. Yuki apologized. I can explain. What's with you? Rather, how long do you plan to be glued to them? Stop clinging to them already. Mio yelled, trying unsuccessfully to pull the old friends apart, hugging Naruto all of a sudden. Why are you acting so weird? I'm not. This is normal for us. Yuki said as she broke away from the Naru siblings. Naruto, what the meaning of this? Mio demanded, getting into a now annoyed Naruto's face. What, do you have a problem with the way we united with a childhood friend? Or are you just jealous that you didn't get a hug after I recognized you? Naruto whispered back with a snap, causing Mio to sputter. It's none of your business, Naruse-san. Yuki added, with Naruko and Narumi nodding in agreement. It is my business. Since I've been adopted into their family and living with them now. The rest of the class shouted and made noises of disbelief. Quote. Mio gasped, realizing what she did. Well fuck. Naruto mentally groaned, facepalming as Narumi grabbed Mio's head in a vice-like grip. Mio-chan, I thought we all agreed that our cohabitation was supposed to be a secret. Narumi growled, with miasma leaking from her Sounds like you need another spanking when we get home tonight, Naruto said offhandedly, causing Mio to shake. Welp, goodbye normal school life, Naruto mumbled and sighed as he felt the first raft of negative emotions toward him. Hours later, after the entrance ceremony and the first few classes, it was lunchtime as Naruto was in his seat in front of the classroom that was next to Yuki, looking extremely annoyed and irritable due to the rest of the boys in the class glaring at him with their pitiful excuse of weak killing intent. Finally having enough, he turned his head with narrowed eyes and released not only an aura of miasma, but also 1% of his own brand of killing intent. Complete with a scary as all hell kitsune-style Hania mask. The trifecta resulted the boys to piss and soil themselves and sounds of farting that caused most of the girls to shriek and get as far away from the inflicted boys as possible. Whoa, what's wrong with them? Naruto asked innocently and waved his hand in front of his face. And what the hell is that smell? Somebody open the window. Oni-chan, Narumi mumbled, pinching her nose. Hey, Mio, you and your friends there might not want to come inside for the next few minutes. Naruko Kae. D out as Mio and her friend came in through the classroom door. What happened? Mio shrieked as the other classmates either scrambled to open the windows or run out the classroom, before rounding on Naruto. It was you, wasn't it? Quote, what are you talking about? I was here minding my own damn business, Naruto said coolly, making Mio flinch from the tone of his voice as everyone cleared the room. He, Naruto, and Narumi were still pretty pissed at her for revealing their cohabitation. Now all the guys pretty much hated Naruto, not only because he was living with the redheaded beauty of the school, but he also has history with her rival Yuki, a history they would kill to have. The reason for Naruko and Narumi's anger was that Mio's outburst prevented Naruto from making any new friends from his gender. Sure, there's Shikamaru, Choji, Shino, and Gaara among others, but still. He already has enough connections with females as it is, not that it's a bad thing. Narumi, oh bento, Naruko said, handing her siblings the boxed lunches she made. Thanks, Oni-chan. What's with the extra lunch? Narumi questioned, pointing to it in Naruko's hand. Mio refused hers. She thought it was for Yuki. Which I told her that we didn't know she would be here. Mio's acting so troublesome, like a typical annoying tsundere. Naruko replied in a sweet voice that scared the bystanders. Oh well, more for me, Narumi said brightly as she grabbed it and hummed happily as she skipped to the lunchroom. Coming, Naruni? Naruko asked, with Naruto shaking his head. You girls go on ahead. Try to get a feel for the school life. I'm going to go clear my head. Naruto replied, with Naruko nodding and going after Narumi. Now then. Going to have lunch with your childhood friend? Mio asked scathingly, the idea of him having lunch with her rival burning her. It was then snuffed out with Naruto hit her with a nasty glare. Careful Mio, we don't want to do anything to get you all hot and bothered now. Naruto threatened, his eyes flashing from his cold blue eyes to his red slit ones, and back again. Mio recoiled and stepped back, putting a hand to her neck as Naruto brushed past her. Not wanting the curse around her neck to activate at the worst possible time. What the heck, you don't have to be so, Mio muttered, hurt at Naruto's attitude towards her, but her own wasn't endearing herself to him. Quite the fine mess you've gotten yourself in, Tenkosei transfer student. Naruto looked over to see a normal male student with dark green hair spiking up with two fringes on both sides of his side and deep purple-colored eyes, and wearing the school uniform with boots. I'm Takagawa Yahiro. Pleased to meet you, Yahiro Takagawa, possible first friend in school. The next thing Naruto knew, he found himself at the entrance of the school rooftop, with a sign on the door that says, "Entry is forbidden." Despite that, Takagawa was picking the lock. It's pretty easy to get open once you get the hang of it. Takagawa commented to an impressed Naruto, I'm the only one in the academy who knows about this, and now you do too. Thanks. Naruto deadpanned as Takagawa opened the door and led him outside. I know what you're going through. I transferred here last year. Myself, Takagawa said, starting a conversation as they started eating their lunches. As that's so, I can tell that you're the type that stays out of trouble, but what the hell is with the rest of the guys here? Their animosity towards me is abnormal. Naruto noted, digging into a seafood-flavored rice ball. It's not just them, man. The rumor mill is spinning, and now the whole school is jealous of you. Takagawa said, with Naruto grumbling. Because of my relationship with Mio and Yuki-chan. That's right. Mio-heim and Yuki-heim are Hijirigazaka academies. Rival idols, so you're in the king's position after triggers, flags, for both of them. Flags. What is this, a harem visual novel? And everyone here actually call them princesses? Naruto asked incredulously. Mio, in a sense, is a princess due to her father being a demon lord, but she acts anything but one. Surprisingly, the men are more jealous than the women. Have there been problems in the past that I should know of? Nah, whenever someone tries to start either of their roots, the other admirers halt them in their tracks. Takagawa replied, waving his hand. So the horny wolves keep each other at bay. Pathetic. They'll die virgins. Naruto laughed. No doubt, but exactly. Takagawa agreed. With almost everyone with their eye on Mio, it'll be impossible for anyone of the demon clan to nab Mio during the daytime. Still, constant vigilance. Hey, should you really be associate with me? Then, don't worry about it. You look like a strong guy. If it comes down to it, I'll abandon you to save my own skin. For a new friend, you're so dependable. It's amazing that you've already set the flags for two beautiful girls. It'll be fun to hang out with a guy with that kind of luck, or whatever other unseen power. Takagawa said with a grin. What am I, a mysterious waifu? Naruto thought and pitched his nose. Unannounced to Takagawa, Naruto's brow was hidden behind his hair, with his eyes turning red with slits in anger. After school, why are you following me? Naruto and his sisters declined to answer such a dumb question as they spotted Maria waving at them. It was a stupid question since they live in the same damn residence. Oi, Mio-sama, good job with your hard work today. Maria greeted, bowing until Mio walked past her. That's a weird thing to say. It's just school, Narumi said with a playful smile as Maria beckoned to them. Naruto-san, Naruko-san, Narumi-san, what? They asked together. She seems like she's in a really foul mood. Maria whispered to them. Classic Tsunere. Maria, don't think any more of it. Besides, a lot happened. Naruto growled out humorlessly. Maria blinked before adopting a sly smile. Oh, that's no good. Unlike that time, you should use protection. You're gonna need protection if you don't get your mind out of the gutter, yaloli. Narumi yelled, grabbing Maria's ears and pulled. As a tick mark appeared on Naruto's head. Ow, Narumi-san, that hurts. Maria wailed, flailing her arms. Naruto meanwhile ignored Maria's teasing and Narumi's retaliation and focused his attention on Mio. What? Mio asked a bit haughtily, but looked nervous at what Naruto was going to say with a blush. Cohabitation revealed aside, are we going to have a problem concerning my relationship with Yuki-chan? Because this is something that we both do not need when it comes to your situation, Naruto said seriously, making Mio perk up. As for Yuki-chan, you should know. Naruto. Naruto groaned and turned to find the bluette, speak of the devil. Yuki-chan, Naruko asked, wondering what she wants with her brother as Maria laid eyes on Yuki for the first time with interest. We need to talk, alone, Yuki said, her eyes not leaving Naruto's own. Naruto blinked and looked at Naruko and Narumi with a knowing look, much to Mio and Maria's confusion. Narumi just rolled her eyes and clicked her teeth as Naruko slightly narrowed her eyes at Yuki. Yuki may have been their childhood friend whom they knew longer than Mio and Miu, but the Uzumaki siblings remembered where they met her and what she came from. They were hoping that it was just a coincidence that Yuki just happened to go to the same school as Mio. Wishful thinking. Naruko. Narumi, escort Mio and Maria home while I chat with Yuki-chan. Naruto ordered as he went up to Yuki, lead the way. Yuki nodded silently. A Noad. Say one word, Mio. I dare you. Narumi snapped when Mio was about to open her mouth as Maria looked after Naruto and Yuki's retreating forms. Coffee shop. Is it just me, or do you enjoy being so close to me? Naruto asked in amusement after he and Yuki both took a seat at a table, with Yuki sitting right next to him. Thank you for coming with me. 5 years. You sure have changed, Naruto commented with a smile and sipped his drink. You too. You returning my embrace is the same. Yet you didn't take the opportunity to fondle my butt in the confusion. Yuki noted in slight disappointment, even while her face betrayed no emotion. We were in front of our peers. Besides, that's a private thing between you and I, but our old friend Basara did it more than me. However, something tells me that you didn't drag me away to reminiscence about the good times. What did you really want to talk about? Naruto questioned as he sipped more of his cola. It's about Naruse Mio. The bangs of Naruto's hair shadowed the reddish blonde's eyes as he set his drink down. Ending theme. Still Sis by Kaori Satohara. So it's not a coincidence like I was hoping for. When I learned of Mio's situation, I knew those old fossils would sick an observer on her. It's the only logical explanation on how representative of the hero tribe is here and going to the same school as Mio. And funny enough, that representative is you, Nonaka Yuki. Naruto said, with strained casualty as he finished his drink and set it down. His gentle look turned hostile as Yuki's yellow eyes turned cold. Stay away from Naruse Mio. Don't involve yourself with her any further. Yuki Nonaka, hero tribe warrior of the new generation. Naruto didn't say anything as he slurped the last dregs of this drink that made the usual loud sound. Well fuck. Coffee shop. Stay away from Naruse Mio. Don't involve yourself with her any further. Yuki Nonaka, hero tribe warrior of the new generation. What was once a friendly atmosphere turned tense and strained after Yuki stated our true reason for wanting to speak with Naruto. If my guess of the hero tribe's protocol is correct, she's considered a S-ranked observation target, right? Naruto himself wasn't surprised at Yuki's straightforwardness, but instead was disappointed that she tried to intimidate him. The fact that she would do so means that it really has been too long. They both changed in their own ways after all, and they just had to choose you to do it, when they knew that Mio's in the Uzumaki clan's custody. Ka-chan informed me of the hero tribe monitoring Mio's movements by the way. Thank you for asking, Naruto remarked sarcastically, making Yuki look troubled. Then why? Your family will get caught up in the middle of all this. She warned him, knowing that Naruto cared for his family, and would do anything to keep them safe. Naruto grumbled to himself and beckoned to the waitress, channeling a certain friend of his who was a member of the Avengers. This drink I like. Another. Yes, sir. As the waitress went to get Naruto another drink, the reddish-blonde Uzumaki discreetly looked over his shoulder to see Naruko and Narumi, who was sitting across from Mio and Maria and giving them deadpan stares. Since they were failing to hide behind a menu as they eavesdropped. Opening theme. Blade of Hope by Sweet ARMS. I never suspected that a classmate of Mio-sama would be someone from the hero tribe. Maria whispered as she peeked over the menu she was hiding behind and looked ashamed that she didn't suspected the fact that the hero tribe would plant an observer so much to her charge without her knowledge. Trust me, Maria, it's news to us too. We should have done a background check on everyone before we went to Mio's school. Narumi growled and scowled at Yuki when she heard her rather forceful request to her brother. This doesn't seem like a date that Mio-sama was worrying about through. Maria noted. Hold on. I didn't say such a thing at all. Mio denied before stealing a glance at Yuki, but, thinking about it now. Nonaka Yuki did steer well clear of me. I always had a feeling that I was being watched, so that's why. I've been a fool. She muttered, clenching her hands under the table. Watching the nearby waitress delivering Naruto's refill. Hiding in plain sight is one of the standards of an observation mission for members of the hero tribe. You would never have been able to detect her, Mio. Naruko countered, knowing the fact firsthand since she and her siblings trained alongside the children of the hero tribe, but Mio shook her head. That's not what I meant. I should have figured it out when she said she was Naruto, Naruko, and Narumi's childhood friend. Instead, I revealed that we were living together in front of everyone, and now he's here with her on some sort of lover's rendezvous. Classic Tsunere. Naruko and Narumi grumbled in sync with their signature deadpan voice. I'm not a Tsun. Mio started loudly, slamming her fist on the table before Narumi clamped her hand over her mouth. Shish, her fellow redhead hissed. Still, lover's rendezvous. Sounds like jealousy, Mio. Naruko remarked with a hint of warning and sipped her tea, with a hint of the usual misunderstanding. What would I be jealous of? Mio muttered under her breath and looked away. Well, there's nothing to worry about as long as the heroes leave us alone. We don't have energy to spare to make enemies out of the hero tribe too. But what should we do? It looks like she wants to separate us from you, Uzumaki, Maria said, with Naruto giving a fanged grin in response. Foo. You don't worry about it. The hero tribe are the ones that need to worry if they do anything stupid. Naruto said sweetly and looked positively evil as she said it. Scary, Maria whimpered, sinking under the table down to her eyes and shivered. That wasn't what I was worried about. Nevertheless, no matter how much of a childhood friend from the same clan she is, Mio thought to herself. Looking at the closest of Naruto and Yuki with envy, before a tick mark appeared on her head, isn't she being a little too familiar? She thought before stiffening as the mark of succubus curse appeared on her neck, making her let out a small gasp, and no. Quote, Mio-sama, Maria asked, noticing Mio's change in posture as she started shifting around in her seat. Mio, Narumi asked in concern until they noticed the mark showing around Mio's neck, followed by the scent of honey. No, I'm not spying on them. I'm concerned about Naruto's safety. Mio thought frantically as she rubbed her legs together. What's wrong? Maria asked as Narumi narrowed her eyes at Mio. Oh, you have got to be kidding, Mio. Of all places, here. You really are jealous, Narumi snapped, pointing at her fellow redhead. Wah, how do? Mio squeaked before processing Narumi's accusation. No, I'm not. The mark on your neck says different. Get a grip, now. Naruto scolded, looking to that Naruto sensed the curse's activation as well, evidenced by his facepalming, and sighed. I can't believe something so small like this would activate the curse, Mio thought miserably as she looked over at Naruto, who started to talk to Yuki again. Thanks for your concern, but I'm already neck-deep involved. My clan and I have all decided to protect the Demon Lord candidate, Uzumaki Naruse Mio. But, Yuki tried to protest. In that incident 5 years ago, you were. The incident 5 years ago, Mio repeated, remembering the dream that Naruto didn't want to talk about a few weeks back. What happened back then has no bearing on the now. Naruto cut across her roughly before continuing. The assholes who were after Mio's birthright had Mio's surrogate parents killed, and now they're after her life for the power she inherited from her biological father. In case you and the rest of you so-called heroes missed the memo, Mio's just a normal girl who's been dealt a bad hand. She's innocent, as in she hasn't done anything WRNE of the reasons I've decided to protect her. Not I was ordered to by Mito Bachan, or out of any obligation, or because I don't have anything else better to do. I protect her because I want to protect her. Not out of sympathy or mere fancy. I'm a different guy than I was 5 years ago, and if the hero tribe won't protect her, then it's not up to just my family. But me as well, and nothing you say or do will change my mind. And you can believe that. Naruto, Yuki said sadly, distressed that Naruto won't uninvolve himself with Mio. Before anything else could be said, there was a loud shuffling of a chair, followed by, excuse me, as Naruto caught a flash of red hair flying out of the door. Miss, your change. The cash wire called after her as Maria quickly followed after her. Naruto and Narumi both shook their heads and gave an exasperated look to Naruto, who returned one as well, and nodded in gesture for them to go after Mio and Maria, which they did. Outside Shopping Street, Mio-sama, please wait, Maria called out to Mio, who finally stopped at the crosswalk, upset with herself as tear fell from her eyes. I never knew Naruto's resolve was so strong to protect me. What should I do, Maria? He's doing so much for me, but I keep belittling him and causing him problems. How can I make it up to him? Mio wondered in distress out aloud. She's been such a jerk to him. Sure, he was the same to her, but only because she was mean to him first. But isn't this a good thing? Now we know for sure that Naruto-san is a genuinely good person. So it's all right for you to trust him with all your heart. Maria assured the redhead. That's all. But how? Open your heart to Naruto-san, and place your trust in him. Is that even enough? That right. However, The appearance of that strangely intimate childhood friend is outside my expectations through, so it may be a good idea to tightly pen the bond of trust between you and Naruto-san. With that thought, I have an idea, Maria stated with a wink. Naruto and Narumi could only wonder what Maria was up to as they followed close behind. Coffee shop. I understand why you're worried due to the massive clusterfuck that happened 5 years ago, and I appreciate your concern. It is not needed, despite what happened 5 years ago. That's not it, Naruto. You didn't do anything wrong. That was the actions of a moron that everyone forgot had disobeyed the tribe elder's orders to not touch that sword. What happened cannot be taken back, and I get blamed for it. Go fucking figure. I'm grateful that you're the only one in that village who has my back. It's too bad that Takashi and Kurumigaki bought into the villagers' bull. What Basara and I have done won't change. That's completely untrue. No matter what anyone else claims, you and Basara are the ones who saved me. Yuki said softly in a familiar tone of dialect. Thanks. If Basara were still here, he'll be thankful too, and the way you spoke just now, you definitely sound like the Yuki-chan of old. Naruto said, smiling because of Yuki speaking in her Kansai dialect, but in any case, dealing with that matter will have to wait. Not only do I want to protect Mio, but I want to help her too. Besides, while I'm awesome, and she's a tsundere, which draws the line between us, we're on the same wavelength. Mio is facing the darkness of her past, and is living as best she can, even preparing to fight to the death. She's trying to fight, and if that's a good enough reason to protect her more, then who knows what is. Street. A bath. Mio shouted loudly after Maria whispered her plan into her ear. Oh no, Narumi moaned out, with Naruto sighing. Sooner or later, we'll have to reveal Narumi's harem, Naruto said with a smirk, but scowled. But Maria, it's high time that she stopped shoehorning Naruto into her plans to force him and Mio to bond. You're right about that, Narumi agreed as she narrowed her eyes at Maria, who was giggling at Mio's flustered look at her latest plan. Bonds like that should take time. Cake shop. Outside, early evening. Naruto walked out of the cake shop with a bag of cakes and sides, bought with his own money. Damn, I can be too nice for my own good Ibeo. Hopefully this peace offering will cheer her up and snap her out of her damnable soon phase. Naruto said to himself and noticed Yuki, stalking me, Yuki-chan. Is there something else? Your determination is not enough. Yuki stated point blank, unknowingly offending Naruto. Excuse me, care to elaborate? Naruto asked calmly with his eye twitching in anger and his tone warning her to choose her words carefully. You can't defeat the demons pursuing Naruse Mio on your own, even if your sisters are helping you. Yuki replied, with Naruto resisting the urge to face foe. I can't see any of you winning in a fight. Ain't the enemies from the demon clan faction who are after Naruse Mio. Uzumaki Naruse Mio. Forget me. Naruto and Narumi would be tearing you apart if they heard you now. I'm going to forget what you just said. I know they're after her hereditary power. They can send whoever they deem appropriate, and all sending them back to their shadowy master in body bags. They chose to waste their time retrieving someone out of their reach. Then that's on them, Naruto said with a fanged smile. But Naruto, furthermore, this is our fight. Neither my family nor I intend to involve you or the village in this fight. Get home safe, Naruto said and turned around to walk home. That's impossible, Yuki stated quietly as a light green aura surrounded her. A sharp tick of spiritual energy alerted Naruto that Yuki was summoning her weapon, and whipped around to see her materialize gauntlet with a sheathed katana that he recognized. He also saw a lesser shadow demon behind her. Before he could voice his warning, Yuki turned on her heel and used Batojutsu to swiftly eliminate the demon, drawing a wind that flashed her blue and white striped panties, but Naruto was interested in her beautiful weapon instead. Spirit Sword. Sakuya. The Spirit Sword. Sakuya. Nice form, Naruto said in a bored and unimpressed tone as Yuki withdrew Sakuya and her gauntlets. Weak. Stray demons. Uzumaki Naruse. Mio's demonic power inherited from her father is drawing in more and more of them from Makai as it develops. If her continued existence begins to pose a threat to her surroundings, then her status will change from Observation target. 2. Elimination target. Naruto, if that happens, I won't be able to show mercy. Even if it results you resenting me. Naruto. Yuki warned her friend seriously as she looked back at him. Quote. Naruto closed his eyes, and after letting out a sigh, he smirked before pulling out his blue rose and shooting the lesser demon creeping behind Yuki, who failed to sense it. Then his eyes snapped back open, revealing red Rinne Sharingan in both eyes with cross-slit pupils. If that's the case, then tell your hero tribe buddies that if they want an early funeral, they know where to find Mio. As for you, you won't be able to touch Mio, because I will be there to stop you every time, even if I have to break every bone in your body. And you can believe that. With that said, Naruto turned and stormed off, leaving a disheartened Yuki. Uzumaki Mansion. As expected, you have changed, but I've changed too. I'm home. Naruto shouted irritably and slammed the door closed. Date gone bad? Naruto asked in amusement as her brother kicked his shoes off into the wall where it made dents. No and yes. It's apparent that the hero tribe has such a death wish, and the act they're close to marking Mio for termination, not caring that she's officially part of our family, and it's not helping their case. Naruto said with Narumi laughing. We all know that they're dumb. Be as doorknobs after the incident 5 years ago. What else is new? Narumi said as Naruto trekked to the living room. Passing the dining room and setting the bag of cakes on the table, he entered the face first onto the sofa. Not in the mood for everything right now. That is until someone cleared their throat, grating Naruto's sensitive ears. Turning his head to the side and opening one eye, Yuto saw Mio and Maria sitting on the other sofa opposite from him, with the former looking nervous about something while the latter had a look of displeasure on her face and a tick mark on her head. What? Naruto asked in annoyance, directing his question at the succubus. What? You say? What do you have to say for yourself, neglecting your bodyguard duty on the first day of school? Maria asked, narrowing her eyes at him. What have you been doing to come home so late? Excuse me, you want to run that by me again, succubus? Naruto asked warningly, his tone telling her not to push it, falling on deaf ears. Being out this late on a lover's rendezvous is a cause of concern. We were worried you were up to something with her. Right, Mio-sama. Why yes, that's right. Lover's rendezvous. Why the hell is she digging her own grave? Naruto thought, focusing on breathing so his temper won't explode as usual. Naruto wasn't an idiot. He knows that Maria was trying to guilt trip him to force him to do something stupid. And he wasn't about to fall for it. In fact, he was not about to go for any more of her stupid eki plans. Of course, we have faith in you, and we trust you. But, since we're going to be allies from now on, we should bond to strengthen that trust. That's all, right Mio-sama? Right, that's all. Don't you agree, Naruto-san? Naruto just looked at her BEF. Or turning face first back into the sofa, are you done? Maria squeaked, not accepting that sort of response. I'm not a moron you can jerk around, Maria. I know you and Mio were at the coffee shop spying on my little lover's rendezvous with Yuki. Naruto said as he lifted himself into a sitting position and glared at Maria. Not only that, but I know that you both heard every word we said back there. And before you ask how do I know, no, Naruto and Narumi didn't tell me. I smelled your scents the moment you sneaked in. Not only that, but Naruto and Narumi were with you, and they're more than capable of defending the both of you when I'm handling other business. But it's better when you're with us. Maria protested and gasped, clamping her hands over her mouth, and sweated when she realized what she said. And you, my dear succubus, stepped in it now. Naruto remarked as several kitsune-style Hania masks that were not his surrounded now feverishly sweating and shaking Maria, with Mio immediately trying to get as far away as possible. Well, dear sister, it sounds as if Maria is writing us off as weak, despite the display of power we've shown our first night together. Umi said in mock pleasantness and smiling while her eyes were not. Naruto agreed as she grabbed Maria's head and applied a vice grip. I think Maria still hasn't learned her lesson, and it's high time we reminded her. With both laughing evilly, Naruto and Narumi dragged a wailing Maria away by the buns of her hair. Damn Maria, She also needs to learn that I'm not the type of person she can walk all over and guilt trip. Naruto and Narumi are more than enough to deal with anything that comes their way. Naruto muttered as he continued rubbing the back of his head. Naruto, Mio asked timidly, raising her hand. Whatever Maria wants you to do in order to bond with me and gain each other's trust, don't even bother. Bonds like that have their own pace, and I don't want her to fork you into an awkward situation with whatever twisted logic she's using. Okay, Naruto said and rubbed Mio's head, making her blush up a storm. Sure, whatever you say, Naruto, Mio said, looking away to hide her blush. Good girl, Mio-chan. Now, I'm going up to take a shower. When we're done, we're going to start training. Prepare to show me what you got, Naruto said and left to take a shower. As Mio watched him go, she thought about what he said, and while he was right, she felt that she didn't want Maria's plan for her and Naruto to go to waste. Yeah, I'll show you what I got, she murmured as she stood up with a determined look on her face. Even if what was planned was embarrassing. Bathroom. A while later, Naruto sighed as he laid in the water, letting the warm water soothe his body. It was one of those rare days where he was taking a shower by himself, as he's usually joined by his sisters, his mother, and his other girlfriends in his harem. One can get so used to airing a bath with girls that being by yourself is a refreshing change of pace. As he closed his eyes, she thought about a few girls in particular. Maria was a succubus, but the worst kind, a lowly succubus. There was no way in hell that he was touching or even fantasizing about Maria's body. Maybe if she grew a little taller with her chest swelling several cup sizes, they would be in business. Plus, for some reason, she was trying to rush Naruto and Mio's relationship, according to Naruto and Narumi via telepathy. And it was quite troublesome. The more Naruto thought about, the more he suspected that she wasn't being completely straight when it came to the master-servant contract that bonded Naruto with Mio. Speaking of Mio, Naruto smiled when he went down memory lane to the time that he and Naruto first met Mio. Along with her best friend, surrogate sister, Miu. While Kushina and Mito conversed with her parents over something important, Naruto and Naruto played around, chasing each other and laughing together. Mio was as bright as the sun back then, but now, despite her positivity at times, she was always sad, and still affected by the death of her father and her surrogate parents. While their recent reunion hit a rough patch, Naruto was sure that he and Mio will continue to get along and strengthen the bond they shared. The only person he currently couldn't get along with is with Yuki. Sure, she's very interested in him, but her complete loyalty lies with the hero tribe. No doubt they were going to clash over Mio since she's now a possible target of elimination depending on future events. But that wouldn't stop Naruto from defending her from them, even if Yuki's on their side. However, Naruto has a feeling that Yuki could be bought over to his side, due to her true feelings towards him. If the right hand was dealt. Before he could think on it further, he heard the bathroom door open and groaned at the fact that his alone time was over. But to his surprise, it wasn't Naruto or Narumi he was sensing. He was then hoping that it wasn't Maria escaping the wrath of his sisters, just as the other door opened and he looked over this shoulder to reveal Mio, with a thin yellow towel covering her busty naked body. Mio, what are you doing in here? I'm not looking forward to being assaulted by you over a bogus misunderstanding in here. By the way, just so we're clear, you came in here first. While I'm in here, I mean, there was a sign this time, Naruto said and turned his gaze away from her. Gah, I'm not going to attack you. I just want to, Mio trailed off as she looked flustered. Want to what? Spit it out, Mio. Naruto snapped, turning back to look at her with his voice telling her that he wasn't in the mood for any more crap. I just want to wash your back. Is that so bad? Mio yelled back as her blush increased. No, it isn't, Mio. You want wash my back? Go ahead, Naruto replied, tossing a washcloth to her over his shoulder and proceeded and washed his arms, but if you deck me for anything, your workload will double during tonight's training. My actions will do the talking, and one of them is not hitting you, Mio said loudly as she bent down. I won't lose to you, Nonaka Yuki. Quote. As she thought that, She squeezed out the soapy water that covered most of her covered chest with lather and pulled down her towel to allow her cleavage to slip out more. I'm starting now, Naruto. Just don't turn this way, okay? Mio said, but paused when he saw the scars on Naruto's body. Oh, asked, sensing her hesitation. No, it's nothing. Mio relied as she started scrubbing Naruto's back, a boy's back. Looking up close, it's rough and sturdy, yet Naruto's so soft at the same time. Quote, this is gonna lead to something. I can sense it. Damn Maria. Naruto thought and sighed in frustration as his demonic instincts were awakening thanks to that thought. He admit that Mio has grown beautiful, and filled out in the right places. While being brother and sister would no doubt make things awkward for Mio, it wouldn't be for Naruto, who was used to his fun times with his family and with this other girlfriends joining in. Mio was a different story since she has a normal upbringing that drastically changed when her foster parents were killed in front of her. Naruto was not looking to move on Mio early, but his hands were forced when Maria enacted that master-servant contract between himself and Mio, with him massaging her body and putting her in a very erotic Tsukuyomi genjutsu. Speaking of erotic, I need to do it, the way Maria suggested. I don't want Nonaka Yuki taking Naruto away from me. Quote, damn it, Mio, Naruto growled out, his mind now thinking of ways to make Maria's life miserable. This is so embarrassing. But why? Mio thought frantically as rubbing herself against Naruto generated pleasurable sensations through her body. Naruto. Quote, unfortunately, Naruto was far from getting into the mood. Enough, he yelled before bending the water to create a hand of water in the bath to grab Mio and dunk her into it. Mio yelped as she was dragged into the bath area and splashed into the water, with an unhappy Naruto following and getting into the bath with her. What is wrong with you? Did Maria mess you up in the head that badly to try and force yourself on me? Naruto snapped with a tick mark on his head. No wait. Let me guess. It's about Yuki, right? The fact that we both spent more time together than you and I in the past. This is about one-upping her, is that it? Naruto guessed as he got in Mio's face. And the busty redhead shaking her head. No, Mio yelled in denial, but Naruto could tell that she was lying. I just want to be close to you, to make up for the time we lost. Is that so bad? No, it's not, but forcing yourself to do perverted actions doesn't help. Especially when it's to compete against Yuki, who might I add, didn't do anything like you were doing. Naruto snapped angrily before calming down. Look, I'm sorry if me being with Yuki bothered you today, but you know that since I'm guarding you, we will always see a lot of each other. What about Nonaka Yuki? Isn't she your childhood friend? Mio asked as she crawled over to him and sat next to him. She is, but not only that. Yuki and I are of different opinions regarding you. I look to protect you, while the hero tribe looks to eliminate you by using Yuki to carry out the deed. Loyalty to the hero tribe is absolute per the conditioning its members go through to ensure that. She and I will come to blows over you. But she won't win. The hero tribe believe that my sisters and I will falter against her due to our history together, but we won't. Does that mean that you'll have to fight her? I thought she was just observing me. Mio said with a hint of worry. I wish, but if the hero tribe puts out an elimination order on you, Yuki will follow through. How do I know? She told me herself, but she didn't take into account of me telling her that I will fight her, regardless of our past. Naruto stated with a dark look in his eye. Mio was now frightened as she then gripped Naruto's arm and rested her head onto his shoulder. Not because of the dark look in his eyes, but the fact that the hero tribe wants to eliminate her. Naruto sensed her emotions and hugged her close, whispering sweet words into her ears to calm her down. Promise you'll never abandon me, Naruto. Mio said after they pulled back, with misty eyes. Mio-chan, you're my little sister now. There's no way in hell will I abandon you. That's a promise of a lifetime Ibeo. Naruto said with his trademark foxy grin. Naruto, Oni-chan. Mio murmured and kissed him, with her pink eyes slowly turning red. Naruto was surprised, but made no move to push her away as he returned the kiss, causing their tongues to dance, not knowing that they were being watched. Bathroom. Naruto x Mio short citrus. Meanwhile, Naruto's eyes widened when Mio put a hand on his crotch, and pulled back from the kiss to look at a now red-eyed Mio, who had an aroused look at her face and the succubus curse mark showing on her neck as she stroked his manhood to full mast. "What you did to my chest that night." Naruko Onichan called it pazuri. "This time, I will be in control," Mio declared as her red eyes glowed for a moment. "That wasn't me this time." Her red eyes must be a sign of her demonic urges telling her to pleasure her partner. Naruto guessed and relaxed to let Mio take over. "What the hell? Might as well." Quote, "Mio-chan," Naruto murmured, gritting his teeth from the pleasure. "Fuck." Mio inwardly flinched when she heard Naruto swear, but judging from the tone of his voice, she figured that she was doing well. After a while, Naruto gripped the sides of the bath and started thrusting his hips into her cleavage. "Oni-chan, I said that I would be in control. I'm fine, Oni-chan. I just need to catch my breath." Mio breathed out as she laid against him, and feeling Naruto washing her body off now, "I think I just came to." Unannounced to them at the height of their pleasure, Mio's mark glowed before returning to normal. Guest room. Maria was lying on the floor, her eyes dizzy and looking a complete mess, with her hair frizzled out, her skin painted various colors, and worse, erotically hog-tied. Naruni and Mio-chan, taking a bath. Kissing. First comes love, then comes pleasure, and fucking like rabbits in the mellow glades. Narumi sang as she skipped around while spying on her siblings via Byakugan. That was bad. Naruto deadpanned before looking out the window, looking at the city lights as Narumi blew a sour raspberry. "Just for that, take Maria to her room, and get Naruni. It's time to go hunting." "Understood," Narumi acknowledged, lifting the bound and gagged Maria up on her shoulders and took her out of the guest room. Streets. A while later. "This is weird," Narumi muttered as she used blood scythe to behead a shadow demon. "Most of the lesser demons that plagued this area are nowhere to be seen. Are these puppet demons scaring them off? Maybe because they're more powerful than them due to the power level of the one controlling them." Naruto guessed before throwing a Rasenshuriken to take out several shadow demons. "There are an awful lot of them out tonight. Not to mention that they're appearing near the mansion. No doubt their master is that guy the first saw last night. Which means that he knows where we live." Narumi groaned as Naruto wiped out the last wave of shadowy demons. "True, but he doesn't know that I know who he is." Naruto telepathed to his sisters, surprising them. "Oh Tilda, do tell. Wait, is he a student at the school?" Naruto questioned with concern. "Bingo." Naruto confirmed and told them so he suspected along with a mental image of him, "and I bet Tsunade Bachan's losing streak that he'll strike soon." Quote, "We'll be ready soon. He'll know who he's fucking with," Narumi said with confidence as they leapt across the rooftops. Era, I can hardly wait for you to overpower them with your superiority before we join in the fray." Naruko squealed and licked her lips. Naruto just grinned in response as they arrived back at the Uzumaki Manor. Hijirigazaka Academy, Classroom 1B, the next day. "How does heading out after club sound? Let's just get to the station first." Quote. Utter boredom. That was what Naruto was experiencing at the moment as had his head on his desk and yawned. At this time, it was the end of class and he was still bored as hell. Meanwhile, Naruko was examining her nails any change into different colors, and Narumi was playing with a slinky. Suddenly, Naruto's cell buzzed, and he opened it to receive a text saying, "AI, diagnostics is 99% completed. Come to Spiral Corp's Lab 51 tonight for implantation of your personal AI buddies." Single quote. Naruto looked at his sisters, who received the text as well. Evidenced by the smirks on their faces. When it comes to AI, they assist and support their users in many ways and have many applications. While the Uzumaki Namikaze siblings don't need them. They implant them into themselves for fun, and they're especially useful when dealing with something cyber-related. They also have long-ranged sensors, can hack into electronics, and scan bodies. For the bodyguard job Naruto, Naruko, and Narumi are stuck in, they'll be useful for them. Speaking of bodyguarding, Mio was looking out the window, her mind wandering back to seeing Naruto and Yuki together in the coffee shop, and looked over to see Naruto stretching and working out the kinks in this body, Naruko causing sparks of electricity arc off her hands, and Narumi still playing with her slinky. What with them being so carefree, she thought, before a memory of her time with Naruto in the bath yesterday made its way to the surface, causing her face to heat up and her hand to come up to her chest. Yo, Naruchi. Oro. Naruto looked to see his only male friend in the school come up to him. Yo, Takagawa. What's up? For the luckiest guy in the school to be putting on much a gloomy face. What are you brooding over? Takagawa questioned with interest. You and your sisters were excused from the summer break assignment, right? Yeah, we transferred between semesters, but we did it anyway in one night. It was quite easy. Naruto boasted with a grin. Special students approved by Japan Ministry of Education really are intelligent, I count myself lucky that I'm friends with you. Maybe you'll do my homework for me. I can open the door. You're the one who had to go through it. Naruto stated sagely, drawing a confused look on Takagawa's face. Why dear Naruni meant is that he can lay the foundation, but you have to work off it to be successful. Naruko said, clearing up the confusion. Exactly, Naruto said, pointing at Naruko playfully. As the twins laughed, Mio stared at them scornfully, mostly Naruto rather than Naruko. What's with them? They've been dozing off in class like idiots without thinking about how I feel. Mio grumbled, letting out a oomph, before noticing Yuki, who was preparing to leave and stealing a glance at Naruto, who was laughing at Takagawa begging him to help him with his homework, and glanced back at Mio with narrowed eyes. Stay away from Naruse, Mio. Don't involve yourself with her any further. Quote, oh, Uzumaki, can I speak to you for a minute? Naruto looked over to see the homeroom teacher Sakazaki. I need you to stay behind a while to organize the summer homework with Nonaka today, the teacher instructed. Are you serious? Naruto asked, looking peeved. Hey, does Naruto have to? Mio asked before glaring at Yuki. That's Nonaka's job. Sakazaki smiled. I figured with your smarts, you'll be able to help your childhood friend out. If the two of you do it together, you can finish it before it gets dark, so I'll leave to you. Tough break, Naruchi. Looks like being one of the smartest students in the school came to bite you. Takagawa said and laughed. Fine, Naruko. Narumi. Take Mio home. Looks like it'll take a while. Naruto instructed his sisters, who nodded in confirmation, but Mio shook her head. It's okay. I can wait. I can do it myself. This is my job as class representative. Yuki interjected. There's no need for Naruto to help. Naruto shook his head. No, it's fine. The teachers want me to help as well, so I'll give you a hand. Besides, it'll be one of those rare times that we can actually be civilized. Yuki flinched at the last choice of words Naruto uttered. Mio-chan, Naruko asked as Mio noisily rose from her chair. What's wrong? Naruto, Naruko, and Narumi immediately saw what's wrong as they saw Mio's was shaking with her face flushed and the succubus mark around her neck showing, much to the siblings' chagrin as Naruto went up to the redhead. Mio, what the hell? Get a grip. Naruto growled at her, wondering what the hell was making her so upset that the curse was activating this time. What do you mean? I'm fine. So, Mio whispered and swayed on feet. No, you're not, idiot, Naruto exclaimed angrily, catching Mio before she fell to the floor. I'm taking you to the nurse's office. Hold tight. Damn troublesome Tsunere. Nah. Rumi muttered to herself as Naruto Princess carried Mio out of the classroom. Running like mad down the corridor while holding Naruse like a princess, he'll be resented all over again. Takagawa mused, with everyone in the hall witnessing Naruto rush Mio to the infirmary. Naruto, sitting down near the bed where Mio was resting, sighed in frustration and rubbed the temples on his head. Looks like she was anemic. She has a mild fever, but she should recover with some rest. Naruto looked up to see a woman with light dark brown hip-length hair, with 2 strands of hair sticking out like antennae. Aqua blue eyes with red glasses, a beauty mark under her left eye, Whoa, Naruto thought, taking in the sight of the stunning woman, and wondered why she looked so familiar. I take it you're that infamous transfer student everyone's buzzing about. How does it feel to become an enemy of every male in the school on your first day, playboy? It's familiar territory that I rather get out of TTEBAO. I mean, my personality's a two-way street, and first impressions are very important. Unfortunately, it tends to net me more enemies that I try not to make. Naruto replied, Hi's mind going through flashes of memories of people he met that he either got along with or left a sour taste in his mouth. If that's the case, then you should find allies, the nurse stated as if the problem was simple to solve. What, here in school? That's going to be impossible due to my association with Mio and Yuki. Naruto protested, as he was nearly caught up in a few incidents of others trying to make his look bad. But failed miserably, and it turned around on them. If you make enemies, increase your allies. And for both allies and enemies the quantity wasn't important, but the quality. One can't weigh the odds of quantity and quality. Don't misunderstand. Don't sacrifice one for the other when you're choosing allies, the nurse told him, albeit mysteriously. I'll keep that in mind, Naruto said slowly as a sound rang through the school's PA system. Hasegawa-sensei, please report to the faculty office immediately. Repeat. Quote, is it that time already? The nurse murmured, Th Naruto detecting a bit of resignation in her voice. Hasegawa-sensei, please report to the faculty office immediately. Quote, sorry, but I need to head to a meeting, the nurse identified as Hasegawa told Naruto and tossed a pair of keys she had in her coat pocket. Lock up when you leave. You can return the key later. Thank you, Hasegawa-sensei, Naruto said and pocketed the key as the nurse went to the door. Oh, apologizes for not introducing myself. I'm the school nurse, Hasegawa Chisato. Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, keep your enemies and allies in mind when you act. Hasegawa said and left the room, closing the door behind her. Chisato Hasegawa 1HOT. Nurse. At least she's not a ditz, Naruto muttered before noticing something on the floor. Standing up, he went over and bent down to pick up a pure white feather. Frowning, he sniffed it to smell a familiar scent, causing his to blink as his mind imagined Hasegawa Chisato without the glasses, matching the face of a figure from his childhood. Whether he hung out with Basara, and Kushina's sister from another mother, in a sense. You think of everything, Ka-chan. Naruto mused and pocketed the feather, before hearing Mio mumbling. Showing the telltale signs of AWOC as Mio opened her eyes, the succubus curse mark glowed around her neck, causing her to shiver and gasp erotically before spotting Naruto and grabbing his wrist just as he got close to examine her. Please don't leave me alone, she whined, with her pink eyes looking at surrogate brother's blue one anxiously. Naruto sighed and smiled. I won't be able to help Yuki and the teachers, but I'll stay with you anyway, he assured her as he made a call. Takagawa. Sorry, but I won't be able to make it to help the teachers and Yuki. No worries, I'll handle it. Quote, give them my regards, Naruto said, closed the phone to look at Mio, who was sitting up. Yuki and Takagawa will handle the assignments. I see. Are you feeling better now? Naruto inquired, looking at her in amusement. I think I've calmed down a bit, Mio muttered, lying back down with the back of her hand on her head. Good. So what floating thought of yours caused the curse to activate back in the classroom? Naruto asked dryly, folding his arms. I'm not stupid, so don't even try to act like I am. The curse only activates when you think negatively of me. I don't, Mio mumbled, turning away from him, not wanting to explain how her distress at thinking about Naruto and Yuki together activated the curse. Naruto sighed and shook his head. I'll call the others, so you can rest as long as you want. Okay. Where are Maria, Naruko, and Narumi now? Mio inquired. Wonder why Naruko and Narumi weren't with them right now. I bet Maria's fooling around out in the town, probably at an arcade, and Naruko and Narumi are preparing to go out to patrol the area for the usual cannon fodder demons. Naruto replied, unbelievable, playing games, fighting demons, and being bored in class, you're all so errant. Mio complained with a cute pout. If you were us, you'd be errant too, but that's beside the point. I'm right here next to you, so don't be so upset. Before Mio could respond, Naruto pecked her with quick kiss on the lip, making her reel back and blush furiously. I will be patrolling the school hourly since we'll be here for a while. I've warded the room with seals, so when I'm out, do not leave this room under any circumstance. Understand? Hi, Oni-chan. As Naruto walked down the hall, he thought back to what Hasegawa said. Don't compare quantity and quality. Hallway. A while later into the evening. Looks like we'll be here a little longer, but we'll be leaving under half an hour. Naruto said into his phone as she got a drink from a vending machine. Got it. Narumi went back to the manor to prepare as for heading to Uzushio, and Maria's still out and about. I've contacted her, and she says that she's hunting demons as well, for Mio's sake. Quote, there's nothing wrong with that. How's things on your end, Naruko? The three of us didn't encounter any of them, so I'm on my way over. We couldn't get a SCE. NT of any portals our enemies using to summon them, so be careful, Naruni. Quote, 10-4 blood glutch. Naruto replied and closed the phone, his ear twitching when he heard footsteps behind him and saw his friend. Oh, it's just you, Takagawa. Didn't go home yet. Oh come on, Naruchi. Don't act as if you've seen a ghost. Takagawa groaned exasperatedly as he went up to Naruto. I had to help Nonaka in your place. You can't pretend not to know her. There. Apologies are in order for you taking my place, Dadbeo. Naruto said with a friendly fox-like grin. Yeah. More importantly, how's Naruse doing? Doing better. She's hanging in there Ttebeo. Naruto replied and took a swig of water, as Takagawa leaned onto one of the vending machines. I was surprised when she suddenly collapsed. Her face was beet red. And she seemed really embarrassed. Takagawa said and grinned as if he was trying not to laugh. Naruto resisted the urges to gap at him and smack his own face in a facepalm, with one sentence. He gave himself away. If I didn't figure him out when we first met, I definitely would have now. Wouldn't it be more reasonable to assure she had a fever if she was woozy and flushed? He thought and opted to laugh as he tossed Takagawa a second drink. Ha, she's really like that back home. In any case, I owe you one. Speaking of that, Naruchi, have you seen Nonaka? Takagawa asked after catching the drink Naruto bought for him. Yuki-chan. Nope. Why? Naruto inquired, and felt a slight bit of worry for Yuki. That's odd, Takagawa said as he opened his bottled drink. She mentioned that she was going to check up on you too. Naruto blurted out and remembered the conversation they had during their date. Oh shit, the wards repel demons, not humans. Fuck, I'm going to head back. Suddenly there was a loud clang, and the lights went out. Whoa, a blackout, Takagawa shouted in surprise, with his friend growling quietly. Naruto's enhanced eyes then caught three cloaked, lesser demons coming from outside and heading towards them. Infirmary. Mio was resting quietly on the bed until a shadow loomed over her, with Mio's demonic senses that sometimes act as a sixth sense prodded her awake. Naruto. Mio coughed out as she woke up, expecting to see Naruto, but instead felt a hostile presence and was greeted by the last person she wanted to see, Nonaka, Yuki. We need to talk. Now. Hallway. Seriously, Naruto thought, sweat dropping as Takagawa dropped his water bottle, looking terrified, A for execution, but an F for trying. I don't have time for this. What's going on? Oi. Naruchi. Naruto's hand was in his face with a hazy effect to it, knocking him into the realm of unconsciousness. Sleep. Gosh should hold him down for an hour, I hope. Naruto said before turning his attention to the demons, who revealed themselves to be wolf-like, now then. Summoning Minato, he disappeared and reappeared behind them using flash step. With the demons disintegrating into nothingness. Heading back to the Hasegawa's office, he opened the door, about to tell Mio that they're leaving, only to discover that Mio was gone. What the hell, Mio? Quote, as he looked around the room frantically, he sniffed in the air to smell another familiar scent that made him tense before growling angrily, slamming his fist on the side of the doorframe. Gah, damn it Yuki, he snarled as he left the office to search for the redhead and bluette, using the master-servant contract to pinpoint the former's location, the rooftop. Mio stood across from Yuki, who was near the edge and looking out into the city. Calling me to a place like this? What do you want to talk to me about, Nonaka? Mio asked with strained politeness, only to end this quickly before Naruto discovered her gone from the room. Naruto should have told by now. You know why I'm at this school. Yuki stated point blank, who her hair shadowing her eyes eerily. Yeah, I heard. I know what you hear, and about your relationship with him, Naruto, and Narumi. Mio confirmed, tensing up but hiding it perfectly. Her guts told her that this conversation wasn't going to end peacefully and secretly began to build up magic within her. Stay away from the Uzumaki. As long as your existence affects them, they will continue to suffer. So, stay away from them. Yuki requested, with her hand generating spirit energy. Town. Where the hell are they coming from? Narumi shrieked as she bounded off the rooftops. She was just starting to HEA. Back to the school when a horde of demonic minions appeared out of nowhere and Zerd rushed her, completely catching her off guard and slamming her into a building. They swarmed her, attempting to cut her body into shreds, but Narumi managed to summon Blood Scythe and bat them off, allowing her to get away. Buzz off, cannon fodder. Demonic wind style. Kei's no Kizu. Wind scar. Narumi screamed, swinging her Blood Scythe to fire a powerful energy wave that can kill 100 demons in one strike that obliterated most of her pursuers. Seeing her chance, Narumi used Hiraishin to get to the Shua Ba rear that felt like slamming into a brick wall enforced with Yuki that daze her. Ow! Narumi moaned as she slid down and fell to the ground, holding her nose. Narumi felt herself land to the arms of someone familiar and looked to see Naruto looking worrying at her. Naru Onichan. Narumi squeaked as Naruto set her down. What's going on? Why is there a barrier around the school? Looks like Naru's new friend decided to strike. It appears that this barrier restricts the use of time-space techniques, hence why our Hiraishin jutsu didn't work. Luckily, we can break this barrier easily to go get Naruni and Mio. Naruto explained as she summoned Heavenly Sword with the blade glowing red to use a barrier-breaking effect, before feeling Narumi tug on her school uniform. Naru-ne. That might be a problem Tebakan. Narumi said and pointed behind them in the sky. That horde over there followed me. Oh, boy. Naruto groaned when they saw the horde of flying demons floating in front of them. Readying to attack, Naruni and Mio will have to wait. Let's go, Narumi. Hi, Oni-chan. Narumi agreed as she and her sister pointed their weapons at the horde that now charged at them. As the sisters engaged them, a pink motorcycle pulled up, with the occupant wearing a cheerleader outfit, lifting her leg over the motorcycle before standing at a vertical base. Hey now, this looks a fun party, she said as her grabbed a dazzled-out chainsaw and revved it up before popping a lollipop in her mouth. Might as well cut in Rooftop. No way, Mio answered, causing Yuki's spirit energy to form around her, but the redhead refused to back down an inch. I already thought long and hard about it. Even after learning everything, Naruto, Narumi, Naruhi-san, Naruna, Kushina-san, and Mito-san are still committed to protecting me, especially Naruto. Because we're family, she added, quoting her surrogate brother with a smile and a hint of red on her cheeks. I don't want to waste even one bit of their feelings. I see, Yuki said quietly, turning to face her before summoning her spirit sword, Sakuya, along with armored gauntlets, and unleashed a tornado of wind. Mio saw it coming and erected a shield to block the hostile gale of wind. So you resort to force in the end? Then I'll have to do the same. I accept your challenge. With her crimson aura enveloping her body, she attacked with her own wind tornado attack, but Yuki pointed Sakuya outwards and slicing through the tornado, dispelling it. You're only abusing the Uzumaki's clan's kindness. Taking advantage of Naruto's kindness. Yuki struck back with a green wave of energy, forcing Mio to erect her shield to block, but had difficulty doing so due to the power behind the attack and was getting pushed back. And what about you? You're the one blatantly ignoring his wishes, and forcing your selfish kindness onto him. Mio accused her rival and once again fired a wind tornado that was stronger than the first, making Yuki use her speed to avoid it. I'll never make any more excuses, nor will I regret my actions either, she added as Yuki attempted to slice through the attack, but Mio pressed on. I won't insult him to try to apologize after involving him and his clan in all this. So I'll fight fair and square. Together with him. With the Uzumaki. Yuki did not look impressed. With Mio's accusation angering her, and sliced through the tornado attacks with ease and countered with a wind-style Kentetsu attack that eliminated Mio's barrier, much to her shock. Never say anything like that again. You'd never say something like that if you knew Naruto. You know nothing about him. Yuki snarled at the redhead, masking her hurt with rage as her own green aura enveloped her body. I do. Even though we met once before this, we've played together when we were children, and while it was just one day, it was enough for our bonds to form, which still exist to this day. So what exactly are you talking about? Mio demanded as she gathered energy to restore her shield. I know him right now. That's not true. If you truly had known him like you claimed, then you definitely wouldn't have dragged him into this war. Naruto has lost most of his power. It's likely hard for him to even hold a sword in his hand. What are you talking about? Mio asked, wide-eyed and tilting her head with question marks dancing above her head. Seeing Naruto wielding Minato and firing a massive spirit gun mega at a horde while playfully smiling begs to differ. 5 years ago, in order to save us, Naruto and Basara, his brother in all but blood, erased many of the hero tribe, our comrades, from this world. That caught Mio off guard. What do you mean? Quote, it's the reason why the Uzumaki clan and the hero tribe's alliance dissolved, and became estranged from each other. Even now, Naruto's past with the hero tribe on that day still haunts him. You have no idea how cruel it is to make Naruto wield his sword. And I won't allow you to make him. Yuki screamed at the stunned demon. Lord Eris, who had time to react as Yuki charged her to finish her with the Ijutsu. Before Yuki could get into striking distance, a spinning broadsword suddenly came out of nowhere and forced Yuki back. The girls watched as the sword curved back around like a boomerang, and found its way back into the hands of the one person both girls hold dear in their hearts, and he was not happy in the slightest, as evidenced by the dark miasma that radiated off his being. Will you look at that? It seems that I have no problem wielding my damn swords. Naruto snarled, his voice void of any positivity as he twirled the demonic broadsword between his fingers while resting his Minato on his shoulder. Rebellion. Nah, Naruto. Yuki gasped and flinched when he coldly glared daggers at her. You've got a lot of nerve, Yuki. Last I checked, there's no termination order on Mio. So your status as an observer remained unchanged. So if you're still on watch duty, then why the hell do you have Sakuya drawn? Naruto said coolly, with Yuki turning away to avoid his gaze before he rounded on Mio. And you, Mio? What was the one thing I told you before I left the nurse's office? Mio tried to answer, obviously ashamed of herself. Answer the question, Mio. What did I tell you before I left? Naruto commanded, stamping his foot down, causing the school grounds to shake that made Mio jump on fright. She, nor Yuki, never seen Naruto this angry. To not leave the room under any circumstance. Mio replied quietly, ashamed with herself. Oh holy shit, you remembered. Naruto said in mock surprise that dripping with sarcasm, with her remembrance further angering him. So what compelled you to walk out with Yuki? What were you doing out here with her? Mio tried to answer. They were talking about your past with the hero tribe. Until you arrived, that is. Can I say that all the players have gathered? I wonder. Naruto's attention was then turned to the top of the roof of the stairwell, where the same mysterious masked figure was, watching the festivities. Oh, you, Naruto said with disinterest in his voice, already knowing who he was. Note to self, use a level 2 variation of sleep next time, he thought as he grabbed Mio's shoulder to use Hiraishin. What did he? Mio asked, frightened that she couldn't sense him and wondered how long he's been watching and listening, while Naruto scowled. The barrier was preventing time-space techniques. You and your clan were once allies with the tribe of heroes, and now you're the bodyguard of the spawn of the previous demon lord. What an awfully intriguing tale, the masked man said, to Naruto as a praising tone as if mocking him. The mysterious masked man, FYI. Naruto knows who he really is. Nobody asked you, Naruto replied flatly, before turning serious again, so I take it that you're the representative of the demon lord, who's after Mio. I'll bet you're the one who sent those earlier demons and in charge of the swarming my sisters too. Naruto. What demons? Mio questioned. What demons? Naruto repeated incredulously before answering if it was obvious. Oh, the usual lesser demons that plagues this world. along with this jackass's shadow demons that's, after you. What other demons do ya think? Indeed. In the past few days, Naruto and his sisters fought countless demons. The masked man put in his 2 cents, with Naruto looking at him and wondering what he was getting at. Mio said, looking at Naruto. The masked man nodded, every night. Until dawn. Note to self, pre-order the game. Naruto muttered to himself at the mention of, until dawn, before shaking his head, dude. You're stalking us. That's creepy Datbeo. Get a hobby. He yelled, white-eyed and pointing at him. Naruto, what is he talking about? What does he mean that why? Oh, you and the others been fighting every night? Mio demanded, with Naruto look at her with a deadpan stare. What are you getting so worked up about? It's not exactly secret, Naruto deadpanned, since he once told Mio that he takes out hostile demons from time to time. Naruto, just tell me. They did it for your sake. The power you've inherited from your power, the previous demon lord, draws stray, low-level lesser demons to you. If they were to begin harming other humans, the tribe of heroes would deem you a threat, and upgrade your status from observation to elimination. If you become a target for elimination, you wouldn't be allowed to live, even if you were living with a former hero. The masked man explained as if it was simple, that's why that woman told you to leave him alone. His sisters, and that succubus of yours have been hunting stray demons day and night to prevent that from happening. Mio slowly looked at Naruto, is this true, Naruto? Maria stopped meeting us after school was because what? Then did he? The masked man asked in bewilderment, as he and the girls couldn't believe that they were seeing, how? Naruto was on the ground with a sleeping bag over him, snoring away with a snot bubble increasing and decreasing. Just like Naruto. He always does something unexpected. Yuki said, bending down and poked the bubble, popping it and causing him to stir. Tell me he's done talking. Naruto groaned as he rubbed his eyes. The longer this guy flapped his gums, the more I felt my brain cells fading out of existence one by one. This guy couldn't be more obvious in what he's trying to do. In any case Mio, it's not your fault. No, Uzumaki Naruse Mio, your very existence is at fault here. Mio looked horrified, as a massive tickmark ared the back on Naruto's head in response to Lars' declaration. If that bothers you so much, then will you forfeit the demonic power that's causing all this? Lars said before his head jerked back, from 2 chakra bullets from Blue Rose that ricocheted off Lars' mask. I'm the one who's speaking to my sister here, so shut up and fuck off Datbeo. Naruto snarled before turning to Mio, he's trying to break you mentally. It's basic villain psychological mindfucking 101 to get you to doubt yourself and see things his way. Don't let him get to you. I've seen it happen to too many people and it never ends well. And leaving her the way she is any better. Then again, you prefer to have her attract demons just to keep yourself from getting bored. I know you desire action, and Naruse Mio is your meal ticket, isn't she? What? Mio cried out and looked at Naruto, who facefaulted. You may have just topped the Uchiha clan in the most unbelievable lie I ever heard in my entire life. That's borderline desperation right there. Naruto deadpanned as he got up and rubbed his head. Desperation. If I was desperate, would I do this? As the masked man said this, Mio's shadow grew until it became a shadow demon with a scythe, looking to cleave her head off. Heads up, Naruto yelled as he charged forward towards Mio. Are you planning to erase her this time because your secret for keeping her around is out? The masked man asked, grinning under his mask as he knew that the shadow demon was connected to Mio. Any damage it took, Mio would receive, in a way to drive Mio into despair, the masked man was taken aback at what happened. Naruto used Flash Step to get between Mio and the demon, slicing the ground with rebellion to disconnect the shadow demon from Mio, and used Minato W. the kanji for wind in its hilt to cut the demon into confetti. As that happened though, Naruto had a flashback of what happened in the Tribe of Heroes' village 5 years ago, but promptly squashed it. Bothered by the fact that he was remembering it now, and wondered if it was the masked man doing. Not bad, Uzumaki Naruto. I thought you would have no choice but to cleave through Uzumaki Naruse Mio to get to my minion. But I was wrong. The masked man said, albeit disappointed that his plan was barely succeeding, and decided on a new tactic. "What do you take me for, an Uchiha?" Naruto deadpanned, clearly insulted before his senses went haywire and telekinetically shoved Mio away. Ah! Mio fell to the floor, wondering what shoved her when something wet hit her face and strained her school uniform. She was horrified to discover that it was blood and slowly looked at Naruto. Naruto hacked up blood as his upper body was stabbed by several scythed by shadow demons that came out his shadow. "Naruto!" Yuki screamed as Mio started to shake in horror. "Hey, you're kidding. Naruto! Naruto!" Mio screamed, reaching out to an unmovable Naruto. "All bark and no bite. You thought that a Twilight Celestial would help you. All you ended up doing was getting him killed. And it's all your fault." Crash! Something crashed into the wall beside the masked man, interrupting his attempt to mentally break Mio. He slowly looked to the side to see one of his demon minions' body, without a head. What? He looked at Naruto and was shocked at what he saw. Naruto wiping blood from his mouth with his left hand, while his right hand was sticking out after palm striking the demon away. Its fellow demons looked in surprise as Naruto caught the head and spun it around his finger with a smirk on his face. Mio couldn't believe it. "Oni-chan. How?" Yuki stuttered, with her true accent nearly slipping out. Naruto then walked forward, the scythe blade snapping off the handles with one still L being attached that dragged a shadow demon along for the ride, until Naruto back kicked it in the air and threw the face of its comrade into its stomach, turning it into dust. With the scythe blade sticking out of his arms and body, he walked up the wall and right himself, coming face to face with the masked man, who took a step back. "You were saying?" Naruto asked cheekily and pulled a blade out that was stabbed directly into his heart. "Please continue. Color me interested," he said, leaning his head forward to hear clearly after throwing the blade away. "This shouldn't be the mask." Man started before getting unexpectedly kicked into the air with the force of a speeding truck. "This shouldn't be what?" "You didn't finish," Naruto yelled after him as they saw the masked demon slam into the invisible wall that was his own barrier. At the same time, Naruto and Narumi finally had enough and flew far into the city before turning around, with their heavenly sword and blood scythe blades glowing completely red, to perform Bushin Saudenha, twin god wave, wiping out the remaining demons after them while hitting the barrier that instantly shattered, with the blast barely missing the masked man as he fell to the ground. "You're late," Naruto said as Naruto and Narumi appeared. "You know the Zerg rush tropes in movies and video games. That's what we were dealing with, and it looks like you had quite a bit of excitement," Narumi said, gesturing to the embedded blades that Naruto was pulling out. "It's just another day at the office," Naruto said, shrugging and grinned as Mio went up to him with shaking feet. "How did you survive? I thought you were," she stuttered, "bher hair dead. Your bro's made up of strong stuff. Don't write me off so quickly, Datbeo," Naruto boasted before turning to the masked man. "So this is the troublemaker. I'm not impressed," Naruto said, putting a hand on her hip while resting her heavenly sword on her shoulder, with the masked man struggling to get up. "Don't be," Naruto said, wiping some blood on his hand and made a slashing motion, blades of blood. Quote, "Demon shotgun blast," Narumi yelled, using a demonic version of the Spirit shotgun by using yokai to fire a large spray of demon gun bullets. "No," the masked man yelled, erected a shield to protect himself before a chainsaw shot through it and impaled him in the chest. Defenseless and pinned down, he screamed in pain as Naruto and Narumi's attacks riddled his body, slicing off limbs and blowing holes in his body, with Naruto adding insult to injury by slashing his throat out. Naruto then leaned to the side as the chainsaw pulled out of the demon's body and flew back into the hands of its owner. "Nice for you to drop by," Narumi greeted and turned to the newcomer, Juliet Starling. "Juliet Starling, dazzling demon hunting cheerleader. I was in the area on another job. I was on my way home until I saw the ruckus, so I thought I'd check it out. You always throw great parties. So I didn't want to miss out. BTW, did you get penetrated again?" Juliet asked, remembering the times that Naruto got injured and only to shrug it off as if it was nothing. "Oh ho ho ho, laugh it up, Juliet," Naruto drawled and slapped her on the back of her head, the other times I got penetrated, as you so aptly put it, or when I keep saving your ass when you kept showing off. You were the ones leading by example last time, and I was totally inspired. Juliet countered. Yeah, well, you don't have our bloodline. You may be at peak physical and mental condition thanks to our profession, and taking Spiral Corp's super soldier pills, but you can still get killed. Narumi snapped at the chainsaw-wielding cheerleader, who stuck her tongue at her. You really are not normal. None of you. What are you? The masked man choked out as he coughed up blood in his mask. We're the kind of guys your kind fears, Naruto said ominously, leaning in close, holding her sword tip up against her back. We're the kind you should never piss off. Narumi spat with a dark glint. And I just enjoy being part of the group, Juliet added cheerfully before her S. Miled turned uncharacteristically sadistic as she activated the cannon mod on her chainsaw and pointed it at the masked man. Allow me to break the ice, my friend. We're devil hunters, Naruto declared and aimed blue rose at the masked man. With Naruto aiming ebony and ivory, and Narumi aimed loose and umbra at him too. Just who in the hell do you think we are? They never gave him a chance to swear as they continuously shot the masked demon dead. Welcome to our nightmare, Naruto said coldly before Mio hugged him from behind, crying tears of joy. Ending theme. Still Sis by Kaori Satohara. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Oni-chan, she cried, with Naruto turning around and held her close. Meanwhile, Yuki's heart was racing several beats per second, completely shocked at the title and occupation that her childhood friends have now. The elders of the hero tribe were not going to like this. Naruto, Naruko, Narumi, Devil Hunters, Naruto, Naruko, Narumi, and Juliet Starling. Among others, Uzushio's Devil Hunters of Badassery, Uzumaki Mansion. Thanks for your help tonight, Juliet. Next time you come around when things are different, dinner's on me, Naruto said as he and Juliet Sterling fist bumped at the front gate. Dinner and a movie. You know my many tastes, Juliet said teasingly with a flirtatious wink before getting on her motorcycle. Yeah, American, Datbeo, Naruto said, rolling his eyes when Juliet purposely flashed him a view of her panties as she got on her cycle. True, but Japanese is working its way into this beautiful bod of mine, as long as I keep up my Devil Hunter workout regimen, Juliet said and turned in her motorcycle with a mischievous wink. Naruto laughed at that before saying, don't be a stranger now. Juliet just smiled and nodded at him before driving off, with Naruto closing the gate securely, not noticing that someone sneaked past him while seeing Juliet off. Now then, Naruto entered the mansion and closed the door behind him. Just as Narumi went up to him. Everything is set, and everyone is accounted for. We also have our eye on Mio just in case she makes the idiot decision to sneak out. Hell, we're not allowing her to take a bath or go into her room, Narumi reported and tossed a key to Naruto, who caught it. Good. I'd hate to go on a wild goose chase. I also trust that Maria will keep an eye on Mio when Naruto said before frowning, his nose twitching as he sniffed the air. Sir, ma'am, it appears that we have an intruder, Jarvis said on a console near the front door. Naru-ni, what is it? Urumi asked before sniffing as well and scowled angrily when recognizing the scent. Tracing the foreign but recognizable scent, their eyes wandered to the closet that has a window on the wall inside. We know you're in there. Come on out, now, Narumi snarled, summoning Blue Rose and pointing it at the door. After a moment, the door slowly opened, but Naruto summoned Minato and grabbed the handle, yanking it open to reveal Yuki, who landed on the floor at him and Narumi's feet, with Minato at the side of her head and Blue Rose pointed at her. Guess she wants to come too, Naruto mused as he and Narumi looked down on a now nervous Yuki. Opening theme. Blade of Hope by Sweet ARMS. Uzumaki Mansion. I'm sorry I wasn't there to do more. If only I'd arrived sooner, Maria said sadly, but Naruto shook her head. It's fine, Maria. If anyone had the situation handled without us, it's Naru-ni. Naruto told her with a grin. That masked man had absolutely no idea who he was dealing with. I mean, we're devil hunters who went under hero-style special physical conditioning. Just how many more surprises do you Uzumaki have? I mean, Not only are you the infamous Twilight Celestials, but the feared devil hunters who used to be heroes as well. Is there anything you're not? Maria asked in wonder, with Naruto flashing the trademark foxy smile. What we're not should be obvious, Maria. As for us being heroes, we were never. Finally, you're back, and with some familiar company as well. Naruto noted as Naruto and Narumi dragged Yuki with them by her arms into the living room with their weapons on them. Nonaka Yuki, what is she doing here? Mio demanded as Naruto and Narumi threw her into a nearby sofa. She snuck in, so we invited her for tea and crumpets. Naruto said SMO. Oathly as Narumi had her gun still trained on the bluette. Jarvis, scan her biosignature so you'll have a record of it, just in case. It shall be done, sir. Jarvis confirmed as a scanner appeared from the ceiling and scanned Yuki. With Naruto's eyes suddenly grazed over for a few seconds. Also, preparations for the jump has been complete. Am I to assume that Miss Yuki Nonaka will be accompanying you? Quote, you assume correct, Jarvis. I've just been informed that a certain someone wishes to speak with her, through our Uzumaki family bond. Everyone, to the front door. Naruto ordered, gesturing for the girls to follow him. With Narumi roughly lifting Yuki up, keeping a firm grip on her arm. Are we using that time-space technique to get to Uzushio? Maria questioned, since where they were, Uzu Island was pretty far. Nope, something better. Naruto said and held up the key. There's more to time-space techniques than just teleportation. Naruto opened the front door, seeing the NT gate to the manor and the view of the city before closing the door again. He then inserted the key into the door and turned it, with a strange sensation enveloping the interior that caused the lights and electricity to flicker, and Mio, Maria, Heil Naruto, Naruko, and Narumi were unmoving, as if used to it, with smirks on their faces. When you combine time-space techniques, fuinjutsu, and magic, miracles like this can happen. Naruto said and opened the door. Well, what are you waiting for? Wondering what happened, Mio and Yuki stepped out first with Naruko following close behind, with Yuki coming out next when Narumi finally let her go. Is that Tokyo? Mio asked, looking out into the horizon, before looking down and screamed, what? Mio ran across the lawn to what appeared to be a railing, looked down, and screamed again. How is this possible? Maria squeaked as she followed Mio and looked as well. Uzushio Island, North Tower of Spiral Corporation International. Uzu Island, full name, Uzushiobukar no Shima. Home of Spiral Corp, aka Spiral Corporation International, a huge conglomerate that branches off in various fields run by the Uzumaki Group controlled by the Uzumaki clan with the clan head Uzumaki Mito as the founder, president, and chief executive officer, and Uzumaki Namikaze Kushina as the chief operating officer. The corporation's most notable alliances include Stark Industries, Wayne Enterprises, DOATEC, Maverick Securities, World Wrestling Entertainment, and many others. Located on a large, fortified private island a few miles away from the mainland. It's one of most secure places in the world. The island, while limited in terms of land and fossil energy, was able to maintain a self-sustainable economy in terms of food, water, and renewable energy. With the latter generated thanks to solar panels and windmills. As an emergency backup, an arc reactor from the corporation's partner, Stark Industries, was offered up to further maintain the ideal of Uzushio being completely free of all forms of fossil energy. The island is more secure than the United States of America. The security is tighter than Fort Knox itself due to its advanced tracking technology. With walls taller than that of Los Noches in Hueco Mundo along the border of the island and made of the strongest known metal alloy there is, adamantium. Furthermore, the surrounding water is guarded by the shy-tailed beast that is the three-tailed turtle, Isobu, who is the sole means to control the whirlpools around the island. This is further protection from undesirables who have sought to bring war to the nation, thus ensuring that only identified ships can safely pass to and fro, and help to control the trafficking of illegal contraband and other smuggling. The only way on the island by foot or vehicle is a bridge that rises up from the water that connects to the mainland. Planes and helicopters can fly inside the walls and land on the landing strip inside, and ships can dock at the harbors located outside the wall. From the latter, There are 4 large gates in each cardinal direction that can only be accessed from the harbors. In the heart of the island is Phi Vey tall floor skyscraper towers that is the main headquarters of Spiral Corporation International, with the middle tower having 88 floors while the surrounding towers have 101 floors. Around the main Nari were various buildings with different purposes, like a private military base, training areas, apartments for employees and other tenants, an airstrip for landing planes, a shopping mall, a couple hospitals, etc., in other words, places that a city would usually have. What about the mansion back in the neighborhood? Mio questioned with wild eyes and freaking out. Yuki was too, albeit silently, despite her usual look on her face. It's still there, and it looks normal. The door, when used with this key, comes a gateway to this mansion here on Uzu Island. Naruto said, showing the key before pocketing it. So what exactly are we doing here? Maria asked as they headed to what appeared to be an elevator. We're heading to the R&D department for a quick operation. It should take no more than an hour. In the meantime, you and Mio are free to roam the island, Naruto said as the elevator took them down. What about me? Yuki asked as the elevator suddenly stopped. You'll be escorted to the central tower. I received a telepathic message from that certain someone here who wants to talk to you. I suggest that you be as truthful as possible, understand? Naruto told her as they got up. In fact, I think that's your escort there. You thought right, Foxy-kun. Mio, Maria, and Yuki, meet one of Ka-chan's students and one of our mentors, Mitarashi Anko. Naruto introduced her to his adoptive sisters and childhood friend. So these are the young virgins you're dealing with. Looks like you got your work cut out for you. Anko mused and popped a dango in her mouth. Anko Mitarashi, crazy, sadistic, watch out for her snakes. Oh, Anko-chan, you have no idea. Naruto muttered, looking back at Mio, Maria, and Yuki, with the former fuming, while Maria noticing the way Naruto addressed Anko. Anko-chan is also a fellow devil hunter and member of Spiral Corp's Black Ops Division, as well as the second in command of the Torture and Interrogation Unit. Yuki, be on your best behavior while you're here. Not to mention respectful, Naruto said and pushed Yuki towards Anko. Thanks. Let's not keep Her Majesty waiting, Anko said cheerfully, and before Yuki could say anything, they both disappeared via Shunshin. Naruto-san, who is Anko-san to you? Maria questioned point blank as they rode down the elevator to one of the sub-levels. You called her Anko-chan. Another time, and no, I will not budge on my answer. Naruto replied and looked out the window of the elevator, not seeing Maria's reproachful look. Who is Nonaka Yuki going to see? Mio asked as they passed the ground floor, giving a sideway glance to said bluette. Don't worry about that, we won't be long, Naruto responded as she took out her iDroid to call someone. Can I at least ask what we're doing here? Mio asked loudly, hating the fact that her siblings aren't answering her questions. Do you have ears, Red? We told you that we're here to undergo an operation we're taking. It's nothing major. Just some AI buddies that we're being implanted with, Narumi said with a sideward glance. AI? Maria asked as they arrived on sub-level 10. Artificial intelligence. You could say that we're doing this for an experiment that we so graciously volunteered for, Naruto said before handing Mio and Maria keycards. We won't be here long, so you girls can waltz around the island for a bit. I've arranged for a watcher to look out for you, so it'll be safe. Naruto, Naruko, and Narumi walked off the elevator, and when Mio and Maria tried to follow, Naruto held them back with a raised hand. Sorry girls, but authorized personnel only. You haven't been in the family long enough to have access to this area, but one day, you will. For now, you enjoy the nightlife on the island, Naruto told them sternly and pushed the button for the ground floor. But wait, you have to be with us. Isn't it your duty to guard Mio-sama with me? Maria demanded angrily. What part of me assigning a watcher with you have you not gotten, succubus? Naruto countered with a cool smile, making Maria shiver with fear and remembering the punishments she administered to her. The twin-tail-haired vixen of the Uzumaki Namikaze siblings couldn't tell if Maria's brain processors was slow or what. It's okay, Maria, I can use the fresh air anyway, Mio suddenly said, and smiling gratefully at her siblings, ignoring M. Arya's complaints as the elevator door closed, "I'll be waiting." Once the girls went up, the three siblings sighed in relief and entered the R&D area where one of their cousins was waiting. Karen Uzumaki, TBMENT, Tsunere with brutal medical efficiency and no tact. "Ah, what's wrong, Karen? Upset that it's been a week that Naruto's been inside you?" Naruto teased, causing Karen to sputter. "I am not," Karen shrieked, waving her arms childishly. "I thought it was a few days since my last visit. Don't tell me you've forgotten my lovely soon Nurse-chan." Naruto teased, following Naruto's example and make it in here and get this over with. She yelled and led them inside. "Ah, you are lonely." Narumi cooed and caressed Karen's hair. "Tell you what, you stop being mad and I'll take you out on a date. A girl's night out if you will, with me tending to your secret garden." Narumi, Karen growled as her fellow redhead and her sisters looked over the operation pods they will be going into. "If you guys need to go to the bathroom, now the time." "Trying to ambush us, Karen. Kinky. Chiyuya-chan has competition," Naruto said and licked her lips. "Maybe." Karen fired back with a wink. "Central tower, top floor. With Yuki." "Your stop, Yuki," Anko said after leading Yuki to a set of double doors. Thank you, Anko-san," Yuki said and wondered who was behind the door that Anko was knocking on and opened part way. Slipping her head in. "Boss, she's here," Anko called out. "Send her in." With a nod, Anko ushered Yuki inside before closing the door and leaving herself. Yuki walked further in and looked to the front of the chair to see the back of a chair. "Come closer, dear. Let me have a look at you," the woman said as she set a glass of fine-aged wine down on her desk. Yuki did so, cautiously doing so until the chair slowly spun around, revealing the woman who's the CEO and chairwoman of the board. "Mito-sama," Yuki gasped with recognition and a step back. "Hello. It's been some time, Nonaka Yuki. We have much to discuss, you and I," Mito replied with a cool tone to match her unamused face. Mito Uzumaki Senju, a woman even the great Uchiha Madara fears. R&D Department VR Lab. Karen led Naruto, Naruko, and Narumi to some comfortable-looking pods that will connect their brain to Uzu cyberspace so their chosen AI can integrate with a chip that will be planted in the back of their necks that will be connected to their brains. "I'm going to put you three under for this operation. First comes the implantation in which your AI will be stored in the hip in your neck which will be connected directly to your brain via the miracle of Fuinjutsu. Then the upload where the AI will sink in your brain. Once that's done, Viola. From there, you bond with your AI. As they go through the 4 stages of rampancy, melancholia, anger, jealousy, and metastability. Melancholia is an unnoticed stage where an AI may become apathetic and uninterested with the world due to either mistreatment or assigned duties not befitting their station, but it is possible for an AI to skip this stage. Anger is the most evident of AI rampancy, as an AI's system's and programming restraints will be pushed too far, causing its pent-up emotions to be released in a fit of rage, exposing everyone around it to danger. Jealousy is then an AI manages to free itself from its anger and seeks to grow and develop as a person. And finally metastability, where an AI can be considered fully human. And when metastability is completed, they will be brought into the world via Uzumaki-made synthesized organic bodies augmented by the application of blood clones and a neoten, Banbutsu Sozo yin-yang style, creation of all things within a regeneration cradle create. D for Spiral Corp by a scientist and colleague of Tony Stark's, named Helen Cho, but first they must grow alongside their user partners. And the children of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina are the only ones with mental capacity capable of pulling it off. Wonderful, Naruto remarked dryly before his fist into his hand. Sounds like a lot of fun, and we can handle it. Ditto, Naruto agreed with a nod. We can do it, we're the only ones that can. Narumi added with a determined look with her fist pumped. Then get those sexy asses into those pods and we can begin. Karen said as she opened the pods and gestured for the siblings to get in. You better have gone to the bathroom before this. Ha ha ha. Her cousins rolled their eyes before opening the pods and settled themselves in as they closed. Now then, Karen muttered as she started the process by typing on her the main characters, with the statuses of the siblings coming up, followed by information of the AIs to be installed into their minds. Prepare for your new homes, ladies. Just don't go too rampant. Spiral Corp private server, isolated cyberspace. Within a reserved cyberspace within a sector of the servers at Spiral Corp. 3 young women materialized in the space. The first has pale skin, full-length black hair with her hair long on one side and shaved on the other, piercing blue electronic eyes, and black clothing, and is assigned to Naruto. Angel. The second has long glowing sky blue hair, red electronic eyes, and white, blue, and black clothing, and is assigned to Naruto. Cosmos. The third has short boy cut hair, blue eyes, and wearing a black skin-tight suit with blue circuitry, and is assigned to Narumi. Quora. Then, a beam of light appeared between the 3, before they suddenly dispersed. NTO sparkling particle that spread out in the empty space before they were absorbed into the light. Mito office. I have to say, the fact that you've been chosen to observe a high-profile target like dear Mio Gerlia, as well as being chosen as the spirit sword Sakuya's wielder, speaks volumes of your potential. 5 years after the cursed sword incident, and you've already become strong. Not just that, but I admire you and the hero tribe's determination in observing dear Mio Gerlia, despite knowing the fact that she's been adopted into my clan, the Uzumaki clan, for her protection, Sashie. ND her retainer wouldn't be on the run for the rest of their lives. It's the least I can do since she and my grandson have a history together. Unfortunately, when it comes to the hero tribe and the demon clan, they both don't care. And just as it's a problem for us, it however, is a major problem for them as well. And that, my dear, extends to you as a member of the esteemed Japan sect of the hero tribe. Mito remarked before taking a break by sipping her wine. At that last point, Yuki stiffened up, knowing that she's downright a part of said hero tribe and Mito was implying her to be a threat to not only Mio, but the Uzumaki clan in general, something that she never wanted to be, due to her feelings for Naruto. While I admire your loyalty to the hero tribe, the Japan sect as a whole are hell-bent on harassing Mio. Just like the demon clan, I allowed Mio Gerlia to be adopted into the Uzumaki clan to give her our last name, not only to give her a new family, but to send a message that she is a part of us now. As part of our family. Sadly, neither the hero tribe nor the demon clan are looking to back off, so now my family are back in the spotlight to remind everyone in the human were. LD and Makai that provoking the Uzumaki clan and those they hold dear to our hearts is both unhealthy and unwise, which brings me to you, Nonaka Yuki. Mito suddenly stood up, making Yuki slightly jump. Pee in fright as Mito slowly made her way around the desk, the redhead's cold eyes trained on her. You are a member of the hero tribe, and their representative to observe Mio Gerlia, willing to kill her when necessary. Worse, you have quite the crush on my grandson, who is quite willing to return your feelings, but not when you're targeting one of his precious girls. And that, my dear Yuki Gerlia, is what makes this a complication. Now sitting on her desk, her Rinne Sharingan suddenly activated, with several chakra chains sprouting from her back and floated in a menacing way, as if daring Yuki to move an inch. With Yuki's fear increasing times 1,000. She is loyal to the hero tribe, yes, but for the first time in her life, Yuki was questioning the decision-making of the elders when it comes to them dealing with Uzumaki Naruse Mio, despite knowing that she's an Uzumaki now. R&D Department VR Lab. Angel to Naruto. Cosmos to Naruto. Quora to Narumi. Karen murmured as she rapidly tapped buttons on her keyboard. Let the integration begin, now. Pressing enter, a pulse awakened the named AI as they loaded into their respective users' minds, on Karen's computer. This is an abnormality. Oh, I see, a mutation, huh? Karen mused as she looked back at her sleeping cousins. Loading. 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 Angel. Online. Quote. Angel opened her eyes to find herself in a field where little kids were training and playing around, until seeing her user at a young age, finishing up a spar with another child his age. All right, Naruto, Basara, that's enough. Location, a memory from years past. Approximately 6 years ago, Angel murmured as she moved closer to inspect the scene, just as Naruto and Narumi's AI materialized. Kosmos, online. Quote, Quora. Online. Quote, Angel didn't acknowledge her fellow cyber sisters as she focused on the scene before her, with the memory Naruto and his friend wiping their brows of sweat, as they were evenly matched. You were amazing, Naruto, Basara. A young memory Yuki praised her dearest friend with admiration, with the two brothers in all but blood grinned in a carefree in response as the rest of the kids gathered around them, as the adults and elders looked on. That's Jin's son all right, and it's impressive that he was hold his own against the descendant of the rabbit goddess, the pride of the Uzumaki clan, one of the adults said in an impressed tone. With the respective powers they inherited from their bloodlines, they will be the greatest hope of the world in their generation, one of the elder praised with a smile. How about it, Basara? One more go, Naruto offered as he twirled his wooden sword between his fingers. You bet, one of us has to win sometimes since we're all tied up on wins and losses. Basara ith a cheeky grin until they heard running footsteps. Bad news, one of the villagers cried out as he ran up to the adults. What's happened? One of the elders asked, noticing the injury on the hero tribe member's shoulder. It's the demon sword. The seal on Brynhildr has been broken. The villager exclaimed, shocking the adults who were now looking worried. Demon sword, what's that? Narumi asked in confusion. The sacred blade that was once a spirit sword that sealed demonic beings long ago. Basara explained with Naruto looking concerned. Since it sounds like a demon sword, it's no doubt been corrupted or something. Please tell me you have it deep underground or something, Naruto asked in a hopeful tone, but Basara shook his head. My dad told me that it was in a shrine just a mile from the village. Basara answered as the adults' banter reached them. Who did this? It was Sato. Him. He's always been unhappy about our ceasefire with the demon clan. Is he trying to travel to the demon realm? Makai on his own. It's worse than that. He's been possessed by the evil spirits within the sword, and is now heading for the village. What? Damn it. We need to evacuate the children. Of all the days Jin is away with Kushina. The battle-ready heroes formed up to block the approach of the possessed hero, as Naruto now realized the severity of the situation as he managed to look beyond them. Seeing a figure cloaked in darkness charging at them. Oh no, we gotta run. Naruto yelled as they saw the possessed hero speeding forward with the cursed sword in hand. Come on. The children ran as the adults stood their ground against the charging being that was once their comrades, who then leapt into the air and slashed his sword down, wiping his opposition out in an instant. With the air pressure from the slash separating and blowing the kids back. Naruto's body skipped and landed hard on the ground, busting him open as he saw the body par. TS of the defending adults splatter onto the ground in horror, which only increased when he saw Naruto, Narumi, and Yuki recovering together, with the former hero bearing down on them. Naruto, Narumi, Yuki-chan, he yelled, and with a burst of power, he quickly zipped between his sister and friend and the mad swordsman, Sato-san. Stop this. Get a hold of yourself. Sato's response was to only roar and raise the cursed sword. With Naruto now hugging the girls close with his back to the former hero, looking to use his body as a shield to protect them, gritting his teeth as he braced themselves for pain. Despite hearing the swipe of the sword and the sound of metal slicing through flesh, the pain never came, except for a familiar scent of blood that horrified him as he turned around. Blow. OD splattered onto his body as he saw his best friend Basara, his brother in all but blood, bifurcated from the waist up across the heart, with the upper part of his body landing on Naruto, who caught him. Bah, Sarah, he asked in a cracked voice, frozen in shock seeing his friend slowly die in his arms and his blood dripping into his wounds. And no, Naruto, are you okay? Basara weakly asked before coughing up blood, slowly putting a hand on the blonde's shoulder. What about your sis, Chers, and you cough key? They're fine. They're okay, but you're not okay. Why, you didn't need to do that. Naruto snapped angrily with tears rolling down her face. I don't know. My body just moved on its own. Cough then again, what reason do I need to protect my comrades and my brother, Bah? Sarah replied with a smile, his body suddenly jerked before relaxing. Be Basara? Yuki asked in a shaky voice when Basara wasn't speaking anymore. Instead, the light faded from his eyes as his arm slid down Naruto's chest. "Oh no. No," Narumi murmured and shook her head in denial. "Oi, Basara. Now's not the time to take a nap. Please." The shadow. Angel suddenly spoke up, looking at the ground. "What was that?" Quora asked, with Angel pointing at the location. When that boy, Tojo Basara, jumped ahead, a shadow attached to him, increasing his speed, but leaving him unable to defend himself as the sword slashed through his being. "It looks like there's more going on here," Angel murmured before following the shadow that retracted itself. Meanwhile, Naruto went cold as he no longer could hear his brother's heartbeat, and felt his spirit leave his body. "Basara! Basara!" Yuki screamed and cried when the realization that her dear friend was not coming back. "It can't be. No." Narumi wailed as tears fell from her eyes and fell into Naruto's arms, with Naruto holding her close and unable to form words due to choking up. As the being once known as Sato raised his blade to finish off the children, Naruto's eyes shined red as he let out an unholy roar of rage and sorrow as a foreign power that was not his exploded from him and engulfed the girls in the area. When the dust cleared, Yuki opened her eyes to see Naruto and Narumi covering her with their bodies, with Naruto standing and breathing heavily, his eyes red with slits and tears flowing down, his fangs elongated. The upper half of Basara's body still in his arms, and the cursed sword, Brynhilder impaled into the ground behind him, with Sato nowhere in sight. At the same time, the three AI discovered the source of the shadow. Noting that while the siblings themselves could not recall, their brains could, as they work in a manner similar to the powerful brain enhancement drug, NZT-48, recalling images and details they might have missed. With the AI using it to discover the source of the cursed sword incident. A man with a cane and eye patch, flanked by two men with blank masks. Konoha Root. The trio of AI, said together before disappearing. Uzu Island. Sugoi. Maria squealed as she looked around, to think Uzu Island would also have a red light district. "How much you want to bet that?" Naruto-san picks up a girl and takes them into a love hotel to have his way with them. As Maria thought about that with a perverted look on her face, she failed to realize that Mio had run off a while ago before they got to the red light district. Guess they shouldn't have been walking in silence. Mito's office. "So Yuki Girlia, when the time comes, you have a choice to make, and that will be your one chance to choose which side your bread is buttered. I will not allow you to be warged Mio Girlia at the same time. The last thing I want my family to have are complications. You've been warned." Dismissed. Mito waved her off after retracting her chains, but Yuki stayed. "Mito-sama." Yuki started, but was silenced by Mito's deadly glare. "Still here. I thought I told you that you're dismissed. In case you have a hearing problem, I shall repeat myself this once by simplifying what I said. The next time I see you, I hope you will have made the right choice, and only then will we talk. Now go." Mito ordered with a glare before sitting at her desk to deal with the remaining paperwork with her shadow clones. Not wanting to push her luck, Yuki finally left, deep in thought until she sensed something amidst on the island. And wondered if it was the reason that Mito wanted her to go. To help Naruto and his sisters protect Mio. Mindscape. Naruto opened his eyes to find himself in front of a shrine under the night sky. There was nothing in the surroundings other than that appears to be a light green energy field in a vein similar when Naruto communicates with spirits in his mindscape. This is new, Naruto mused as he walked up the shrine. As he got closer, memories bombarded his head as he felt that it was the effects of his new AI, who was rumbling through his memories of the past in the hero tribe. Memories of that fateful day. When he arrived at the front of the door, Naruto frowned when the AI transferred its findings to his surface thoughts, and growling. Upon learning its discovery, not only has the hero tribes been played, but the Uzumaki clan as well. So, you finally figured it out, and it took that artificial intelligence installation for you to find out. Seriously, how pathetic is that? And you Uzumaki are supposed to be perfect. As if. Quote. The sudden voice from the other side of the door startled the blonde and caused him to materialize blue rose. Just as the area turned purple. We're not perfect, not by a long shot, and we prefer it that way. Naruto countered before kicking the door open. In the middle of the room was a cloaked figure that was a young woman in a silver-hooded robe with light green hair and purple eyes with the hood shadowing her face. Perhaps, but it doesn't change the fact that you are a stupid idiot, not to mention a total scumbag for keeping me sealed within you. I chose you for a reason, but you locked me away because of my role in your brother's death out of hatred. You have quite a way of showing how different you are from the Uchiha clan. The hooded figure was suddenly silenced when multiple chakra chains shot out from Naruto's back and pointed themselves at the spiteful-sounding young woman, with killing intent flooding the room, forcing the female to nearly kiss the ground. The only thing that my clan and the Uchiha clan share is the blood of the Rabbit Goddess and her son, the Sage of Six Paths. Nothing more, nothing less, Naruto countered in a chilling tone. This sure is a funny way to show it. The figure growled before Naruto let up on his sake. What happens now is I break out of this seal, out of your body, and then tear your sorry ass to pieces. The girl shrieked, as she launched demonic spiritual energy at Naruto that knocked the chains away, but he batted it away with a flick of his wrist, and flexed his own power back at her. You're not going on a rampage on my watch. Don't even bother threatening me because it's not going to work, Naruto said coldly, before this time unleashing his spiritual pressure that slammed the girl face first into the ground again while warping the light green energy field outside before shattering it, revealing the naturalistic wide area that was his mindscape. As if you have the power to stop me, the girl said before materializing a familiar sword from years past and swung it at Naruto, who caught it effortlessly between his index and middle finger, with his eyes turning the same green color with slits, shocking the girl. What? That's, after all this time, you? The girl stammered as Naruto smirked. 5 years can be a long time. As my hatred has lessened for you the more I learned and matured. I suspected foul play during the incident in the Hero Tribe's village, and thanks to my new AI, it's confirmed. I already got rid of the limiters that held me back, my conscious one, my subconscious one, and finally just now, my hatred of you for your role in the death of my brother Basara. Naruto told the shocked girl, who dropped her sword. Naruto, the girl said as her eyes turned light green. I can no longer blame you for what happened, and I was a stupid idiot for even doing so. It would be like blaming Kurama-chan for her attack on Uzu Island on the night of my birth thanks to that traitor too. My father, Uchiha Obito, and I can't do that. You're right, however, we're not perfect. After all, the Uzumaki clan has traded in absolute perfection for constant evolution in order to continue to learn more, evolve with the times, and break our limits. And we can do it together, Naruto said, as she reached his hand towards the girl, who looked away. I'm a cursed sword. I'm tainted thanks to the demonic souls that my previous wielder didn't purify, causing me to be corrupted. And now, I'm addicted to feasting on demonic souls. I'm broken. All I can do is cause pain, and now I can never ascend to the heavens. So, how the hell can you, an imperfect being, help me? The sword girl questioned with a glare. I honestly have no idea, but you can count on me. Soon, you'll no longer be a cursed sword, but a spirit sword like Yuki-chan's sword, and that's a promise of a lifetime. I will help you, and make up for neglecting you due to my misplaced hatred. This I can promise. I'll give you time to think about it, Brynhilder. With that, Naruto turned and faded away, leaving a fuming former Valkyrie. Baka, now I hated you for nothing. No matter, you better keep your promise. Besides, it's not like I really wanted to break out and control you. Because of who you are and your pedigree. The Uzumaki clan are the only ones who can wield me now, and that includes you, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto Sparta. You hear me? Quote, shut up Yasunere Valkyrie. I'm trying to sleep here. Kurama boomed through the mindscape before going back to her nap. R&D lab. As one, Naruto, Naruko, and Narumi opened their eyes as the pods they were laying in opened. Integration complete. How was your naps, sleeping beauties? Karen asked teasingly as Narumi yawned and rubbed her eyes. Nostalgic, with a hint of clarity. Narumi answered and looked to her siblings, who were nodding in agreement. We were dreaming the same dream. A dream of that day 5 years ago in the Japan sect Hero Tribe village. For the past 5 years, we had the same dream playing out the same way, but time, Naruto trailed off with a frown. There was a third party. A third party we know all too well, basically confirming how they got into an alliance with the hero tribe after we the Uzumaki clan broke ours off from them. Naruto finished for her brother while gritting her teeth. Konoha. If that's the case, then a confrontation with the hero tribe is inevitable, provided that Mios doesn't unleash her untrained power anytime soon. Karen said as she opened up reports on the hero tribe's movements that coincided with Konoha's task force. Don't worry about that. If the hero tribe marks Mio for termination, we'll be ready to strike them down, even if they send our former friends, and Yuki. Naruto said, making a fist while frowning at the possibility of fighting said former friends. Then again, they were never really friends to begin with if they easily believed the BS about Naruto and Basara being responsible for the partial destruction of the village, even when it was known that the former hero say. Ito broke into the shrine containing the cursed sword and went on a rampage when the demonic spirits sealed within it took him over. Are you sure? Karen asked until she saw the resolve in their eyes. The eyes of Naruto, Naruko, and Narumi showed serious. Well then, now that you got your AIs, you have one more perk to help protect the Uzumaki clan and your friends. Karen said with a thumbs up, just as the AI appeared in hologram form besides the siblings. Angel, prepared to assist you. Angel said, with Naruto nodding. Nice to meet you, Angel. And thank you for showing what I missed in my memories. Naruto said gratefully, with Angel smiling, happy that she was of use. KOSMOS, ready for duty. KOSMOS said with a salute. Excellent. I look forward to working with you, KOSMOS. Naruko said as she used her finger to pat KOSMOS on her head. Quora, what is your command, my user? Quora asked in a semi-stoic voice, with Narumi smiling. For now, you and your AI sis. Churs will provide a direct link to the Uzu mainframe and watch our backs with the electronics around us. We're going to do great together. Narumi said, with Quora nodding in understanding. Suddenly, an alert sounded on their phones, with Naruto and his sisters opening them and scowled at the message they received. Looks like we better go. Naruto growled before he, Naruko, and Narumi disappeared in a flash. Those rotten leaves. They're making their move, Karen muttered as she turned back to the reports on her phone. If my suspicions are correct, then Konoha is playing both sides in the war for Mio-san. No matter, because before winter comes, they will not live to see the end of this year. With Mio, a while ago, off the west coast of the island in the forest area, Mio was standing alone, enveloped in a crimson aura. Her face showing one of focus. The warding spell is complete, Mio muttered as the energy receded from her. This will be for the best. I'm sorry, you guys, I'll settle this myself. Naruto. Mina, please be safe. Quote, it was pretty easily to slip away from Maria since she was preoccupied in exploring the island, and with Maria's perverted tendencies popping up in the red light district area. Mio managed to slip away in the crowd and down a thankfully empty alleyway. Despite the revelation that she was amongst devil hunters who could easily handle anything that comes their way. The words of the masked demon still affected her. Somehow, the idea that since she existed among them, her presence would invite conflicts that will affect her newfound family. Soon, innocent people would get caught in the crossfire, and their deaths would be on her hands. That's why she has to end this chaos herself, and leave the Uzumaki clan in peace. It would appear that you made your decision. Lars, the masked demon from before, noted as he stepped out from behind a tree after easily tracing Mio's magic usage. Yes, Mio murmured with a nod. You made the right choice. If you keep fighting, more will die, but if you are willing to be the sacrificial lamb, then this will all end. Lars said as he walked up to her. You're right, it would be, but, sadly for you, I'll keep fighting. Suddenly, the ground erupted under the feet of Lars, who was engulfed in a fiery tornado. But Mio was not done, as she added thunder spells to electrify the fire tornado to add more damage to the demon lord's minion. Got him. I caught him off guard with my strongest fire spell. And now have more. Hiya, Mio yelled as she fired more fire spells into the tornado that NC Reese in size to the point that the cyclone reached into the heavens. Unfortunately, Mio had to take some time to recover after firing off offensive spell after spell, due to her underdeveloped mana reserves. That should do it, Mio panted as she felt the effects of mana recovery. Feeling better now, Mio gaped in horror as her firestorm died down, revealing Lars to be unharmed by her barrage of attack spells. And merely dusted himself off. Your fire wasn't too bad, but don't tell me that was your plan to beat me. I'd never walk into a scenario where I could be defeated, he boasted with confidence. Mio growled and conjured a fire spell in her hand. Speaking of fire, that fire of yours is quite nice, think it'd burn well. How about a competition? Your pillar of fire and this island. Which do you think will burn more beautifully? He offered with malice as he gestured over to the city area of the island. You coward, Mio screamed and aimed her spell threateningly at the masked demon. You're the one who involved him in this mess. If you're going to blame anyone, you can start with yourself. Lars countered coldly, redeploying his strategy to mentally cripple Mio. Only this time, without Naruto or his sisters around to counter it. Shall I give the order? To set fire to this island where the devil hunters and their loved ones live, along with the rest of the innocent people. I wonder which flame would. You want me, don't you? Mio snarled heatedly at Lars for going as far as to threaten the lives of everyone on the island just to get to her. Plus, Naruto, Naruko, and Narumi were currently busy in the R&D department, so they couldn't possibly arrive in time to counter the masked demon. Then please, leave Naruto alone. If you lay a finger on him or his loved ones, I'll make you regret it. I'll kill you 100 times over, no matter how I have to do it. Mio threatened, with her power leaking out in waves. That can be negotiated. I would leave K to avoid any unnecessary work as well. Lars replied with shrug, unintimidated by Mio's tough girl act. Damn it, to think I have to give in to this jerk. But I can't keep putting Naruto at risk. Also, don't let him get to you. I've seen it happen to too many people and it never ends well. And leaving her the way she is any better. Then again, you prefer to have her attract demons just to keep yourself from getting bored. I know you desire action, and Naruse Mio is your meal ticket, isn't she? Your hands. Mio raised them, and Lars formed a glyph that turned into energy and bound Mio's wrist together. This is a magic seal. I doubt it's needed at your level, but just in case. Lars said, smirking under his mask at Mio's annoyed look. Where are you taking me? She demanded as Lars opened a portal. Isn't that obvious? To Makai, where my master eagerly awaits you. Come. Unfortunately, it should now be noted how much of an idiot the supposedly smart and calculating Lars is. He thought he easily snuck on the island and ambushed Mio. That the fight wouldn't attract too much attention, with those seeing the pillar of fire passing it off as a training session. As if a demon of his caliber could easily extract Mio and take her to his master in Makai before anyone could even notice her disappearance. Surely the information from the demon clan's secret benefactor about the Uzumaki clan, the Devil Hunters, and Uzushio Island was legit. After all, the Uzumaki clan must be arrogant to think that the demon clan wouldn't come after Mio even though she on their home turf that was Uzushio. He was wrong. Ending theme. Still Sis by Kaori Satohara. Lars' danger senses suddenly went off out of nowhere and he had to jump away from a violet streak that separated him from a shocked Mio. The streak reformed on the branch of a nearby, granting both a view of a person. Geez, you two must be the biggest morons ever to grace Naruto's daily life in terms of kicking ass. You masked freak, really you're a fool if you thought you could sneak here undetected. As for you redhead, Naruko was right to assign me to be your watcher, she said with a sneer as she looked at them over her shoulder. Lars growled as a scratch appeared on his mask where the girl's sword struck it. What? Who are you? Mio asked, not expecting anyone to show up, before remembering that Naruko had someone assigned to watch her. Me, who the hell do you think I am? I'm formerly of the Mugen Tenshin Ninja clan, now part of Uzu Anti-Demon Squad and Devil Hunter, Tamanin Ayane, the Violette. Introduced herself as she turned to face them, at your service. Ayane, good things come in small packages. Anti-Demon Squad, I see, so you're part of the same group of Kunoichi as the to kill us both? Lars asked, with Mio suddenly looking scared. Me, hell no, especially not Mio, since that would be a mission failed. The name may be anti-demon, but we target the lesser demons that plague Tokyo. When it sometimes becomes Demon City Tokyo at night, and those that spill out of Makai looking to feast on humans. As for Asagi, don't lump me with that stupid idiot that easily gets caught in Ganger. Aped by demons almost every single fucking mission. She's on leave because of that, by the way, Ayane said, annoyed before turning serious. So you're really here to kill this girl before her power goes out of control? Lars guessed, with Mio looking at him weirdly with dots above her head, since Ayane has already denied looking to kill her. Plus, she's a devil hunter, just like Naruto. Holy fuck, you really are trying too hard to mindfuck Mio here. Do you need hearing aids? I'm just here to stop you from taking her. Ayane deadpanned as she jumped down and looked over her shoulder. Well, we're going to stop you. So you can come on out, hero. A wave of energy then passed an unflinching Ayane and headed straight for Lars, who jumped out of the way, but redirected and shattered Mio's cuffs. Well, this is surprising. I didn't think you would ally with her, Lars noted as the hero made herself known and stood next to Ayane. Nonaka, why are you? Mio asked in shock as Yuki shifted into her hero form. Don't misunderstand, I'm not doing this for you. Yuki replied coolly and pointed her sword at Lars. I just have a score to settle with him. I'll make him pay for hurting Naruto the way he did. Even though it didn't affect him in any way. But okay girlie, whatever you say. Ayane scoffed as she and Yuki prepared for battle. Let's just show him a good time until Naruto, Naruko, and Narumi arrives. Until then, he's all ours. This could be a problem, Lars murmured and sweated behind his mask. The end. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.